Mic 5, mic 5.
Podium mic, podium mic.
Mic 6, mic 6.
ADA mic, ADA mic.
Mic 8, mic 8.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 10, mic 10. Mic 12, mic 12.
Testing, testing.
Staff 2, staff 2. Wireless 1, wireless 1.
Wireless 2.
Buenos días. Muy buenos días a todos. Para las personas que deseen escuchar la reunión en español simultáneamente, tenemos aparatitos acá disponibles para que escuchen lo que van a hablar en inglés los supervisores en español. Gracias.
Mic test, 1, 2, 3. Mic test, 1, 2, 3.
Yes. All right, right on. Good morning. Bienvenidos, everybody. Thank you for coming to our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to get our meeting going as we have the pretty busy agenda this morning. Want to welcome all of you, especially we're really honored to be in the presence of these original Bracero workers along with their families. So let's give them a big round of applause before we start. We have a few items to take care of before we go into our ceremonies. I just want to let people know that when we get to the Bracero ceremony, there will be one more ceremony afterwards to honor one of our retiring directors of human resources. We would ask the public to stay for both so that then we could all go to the lobby and enjoy some refreshments and some cake afterwards. So we want to invite, so we could all leave at the same time if that's okay with all of you. So we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to ask our clerk to call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to our announcement of our Spanish interpreter service by Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete esta mañana de inglés-español y español-inglés. Si tiene algún comentario que hacer, por favor hablar claramente y suficientemente recio para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to ask, I didn't ask her in advance, but I want to ask if Irma Ramirez Bao, since this is her last meeting, if she could come to the front and lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if everybody could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Okay, ready? Okay, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, HR Director Ramirez Bao. Next, we'll go to any additions or corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass over the ceremonial resolutions. I'm going to take care of the other business so we can get that out of the way. So let's jump to appointments. These are items 15 through 20 on the agenda. And we'll first go to any comments from the board on these appointments. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Testing out these new microphones, they're nice. I wanted to pull item number 16, and ask that it be tabled for a future meeting. Specifically, there are some inconsistencies in regards to the policies and practices that have been used to fill vacancies for the fire district. And I would like to ask that our county council, we allow time for county council to review review the process to ensure that we have fair, consistent processes in alliance with the bylaws. They don't have bylaws, but in accordance with the code that formed the district. So I would just ask that we can delay this while county council has a chance to take a closer look at the process.
Is there any comments on whether to table this or to proceed today on this appointment? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. I'm in agreement that we should table it, but I just want to make it clear that the procedure as it exists today was fully followed. There was no inconsistency, and it was done according to the rules. So I just want to make that clear that there was nothing inappropriate, and I'm happy to go ahead and table it for a later meeting.
Okay.
So can I ask what the inconsistencies were? I mean, it's just kind of.
Yeah, so I've actually pulled the past 3 appointments to the Fire District Board to share concerns about the way in which the Fire District, when it was originally formed, assigned the Board of Supervisors to appoint members to the District Board. And over time, those seats have become effectively assigned to specific supervisor offices, and then further assigned to specific geographic locations. Those specific geographic locations and specific board supervisor assignments is not listed in the forming code that formed the district, nor is it clarified, there was a clarification to the policies of the district, but it's not necessarily aligned to the way that the intention of appointments was originally put in place. So for instance, on this today's appointment, it speaks to appointing someone to represent the Highway 68 corridor. Representing the Highway 68 corridor, there's no reference to specific geographic assignments. And since the district was originally formed, we've had a number of new communities developed and new residents. The way that the practice is being utilized to assign specific seats to specific geographic areas effectively disenfranchises communities that don't have the opportunity to have the vacancies advertised to them, nor the opportunity to apply. So I'm just asking that we have county council review the code, review the formation, review the intention, so that we can ensure that we have a fair and transparent process that allows anyone who's interested in applying for a vacant seat to the opportunity to apply for that vacant seat and be considered by this board for appointment.
I understand that. I think my only concern is time frame, right? Where, how long is, I'm assuming that's not going to be a short process, and this is a vacant seat, right? And so it's just kind of that question of, we've had practice, we've had it done, and I get that there's agreement, and so I'm okay with that, but I would just state that I'd prefer to fill the seat so that the board is not short a director while we figure out that difference, because I think it's going to be a larger structural change that we're talking about, if that is the goal, given that framework. And so, yeah, I get it, but I just don't want to shorthand that board in their work.
I had a conversation with the chief yesterday, and I think that because this has been brought up now 3 times, that it's time that we hold filling the seat until we can get it resolved.
Okay, there's a motion to consider tabling this item. Let's ask for comments for the public on any of these appointments, 15 through 20. Seeing nobody coming forward in chambers, nobody online. We'll entertain a motion then to perhaps just approve items 15 and then 17 through 20, and we will table 16 for further discussion in another meeting.
I'll make that motion, thank you.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Second, okay, by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Okay, let's go to consent calendar. These are items 20, item 21, but these include items 31 through 52. Do any of my colleagues want to speak or pull any of the items on consent? I don't see any. Yes, Supervisor Church? Let me ask for public comment. Meanwhile, is there any public comments on any of the consent items, 31 through 52? Seeing none, well, then we'll go back to Supervisor Church.
Item 37, I had some questions on that yesterday that didn't get answered, and I would just like to see about maybe tabling that till next week. I don't think it's particularly urgent.
Item 37?
Yeah.
So this is an agreement with One Workplace, L. Ferrari, Peninsula Business Interiors.
Yeah. As I say, I had some questions that didn't get answered yesterday.
Okay, if that's okay. Any other items? See no other items, then entertain a motion to approve items 31 through 52, except 37, which we'll postpone for another meeting.
So moved?
Moved by Adam, second by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. So now we will go to general public comment on item 22. This is the time for the public to speak on any items not on today's agenda. We will allow up to 2 minutes. So let's start with those in chambers. If any members of the public want to speak on any items not on today's agenda, this is the time to come forward and speak to those items. And we'll allow this gentleman in front to come up first.
Chandler Rowland. I'm a resident of Marina. The subject is the rejection of MST Surf Project. My subject is MST's Project Surf passenger ridership figures taken from MST's 2022 annual report indicating 880,000 vehicle owner passengers will use the new bus lanes 1 year after construction is completed. MST will not provide me with the 2022 passenger ridership figures for the number 20 bus express between Marina and Sand City, since the stop level data does not exist, but only indicating the Marina Sand City trip will be 16 minutes shorter in travel time. The TAMC executive director states that 880,000 passenger riderships will be from citizens without vehicle transportation, elderly students, workers, etc. I strongly disagree with both organizations on the ridership issue. 880,000 per year equals 2,410 passengers per each day of that year. To transport these passengers, you would need every day 60 scheduled trips of full capacity 40-seat buses moving between Marina and Sand City transit stations. This is impossible. Once again, I find MST misleading the Monterey public on the benefits of the SURF project. Another Whispering Oaks disaster, only greater in scope. Please let Marina, Seaside, and Sand City consuls know your concerns regarding this misuse of a possible $100 million in tax funding, including the destruction of environmental landscape and recreational activities for 6 miles along the Route 1 corridor.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments here today. Okay. Next person, please.
Good morning, Chairman Alejo. It's good to see you again after that celebration for the Alliance on Aging. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Jeff Morgan. I'm the new president and CEO of CHISPA. I have been at it now for just a few weeks, and I'm really excited about the mission. I hope that all of us can be there as we begin our grand opening later on for the Alfred Diaz-Infante Apartments for multifamily housing, and we're looking forward to continuing that service. Thank you so much. Tiene emocionado para ese trabajo. Gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming to introduce yourself, and we look forward to working with you on the most critical issue of affordable housing in Monterey County. Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that want to speak on any comments not on today's agenda? Now we'll go to those online.
Phone number ending in 902.
My name is Nina Beatty. 2 weeks ago, the Board of Supervisors made a terrible decision that exposes the county to liability by approving the Grid Life event at Laguna Seca. I sent you my protest, and copies should be in the chambers today. And I also wanted to concur with the prior speaker about the SURF project. I request that you cancel the Grid Life event. You knew or should have known the problems that could result from this event affecting public safety, the environment, and the community, and the county will be on the hook if the public is harmed by this event. You clearly didn't care about the consequences. The county recommendation and your decision were not sound decision-making, demonstrating no due diligence to act in the best interest in the county. Or, alternatively, did you or staff do any research at all, which would be inexcusable? I encourage the public to look up Grid Life, drifting, and the name Gate Bill, Gatebil. Grid Life includes drifting. It's a timed event, which is burning rubber while driving at full throttle and fishtailing back and forth down the track, and also doing burning donuts. There will be loud concerts as well at night until at least 10 p.m., the first combined event I understand that you've approved. One article says, come for the cars, stay for the anarchy. You just spent many tax dollars to repave the track, and what level of damage could drifting do in these extreme events due to it? And what about the fire danger with the temporary campsites? And what happens when these revved-up racers take to Highway 68 and city streets for drinking, food, and fun in our communities? Do you want area youth to emulate street racing, drifting on Main Street or Fremont or Broadway and Seaside? I ask you to cancel this event. It's one in a series of bad decisions that cater to special interests and the rich and powerful, or rubber stamp state and federal initiatives without any critical evaluation, and which harm the people and the land of Monterey County. Next week, the county is hosting a town hall on the Moss Landing battery storage facilities, another bad decision. The county EIR concluded that temporary construction activities were the only real environmental impacts which could be mitigated. What about lithium-ion storage batteries, explosively flammable to air,
Thank you.
water, and heat?
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person. Last call for public comments. We don't see any more online, so then we will close public comments. And now we will go to our last item on the agenda, which are our ceremonial resolutions. We have several today. And these are items 2 through 14. And any public comments on any of the resolutions? Seeing none. Any comments from the public? Then we'll entertain a motion to approve these resolutions here today, and then we will go into our presentations of them.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0. Before we go into our ceremonies, I first want to take an opportunity to thank our IT staff, our technology staff. We've been holding our meetings for the last several months up in the Monterey room. This is our first meeting back. They made some improvements on lighting, some of the screens up here, the technology up here on the dais. It makes it easier for the clerk, better for the public back home, and some additional features that we still have to work on over the next few weeks. But I wanted to just acknowledge them and give them thanks on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for their hard work in here and all the contractors who made that work happen. If we could give a big round of applause to the IT staff for their tremendous work. Thank you to Director Eric Chatham, Mike, the whole team. We really appreciate these improvements here. And we just have more space and it's more comfortable for our public coming and participating in these meetings. So we have several resolutions to present today. But I want to remind the public that we have, after the Bracero resolution, we do have one resolution honoring our departing, retiring HR Director Irma Ramirez Bao. She's also a daughter of agricultural workers, a native daughter to Monterey County, to Watsonville in Monterey County, grew up here. We asked people to stay for that resolution, that presentation and ceremony. You won't be disappointed. And then we could all exit at the end to have some cake and refreshments together. So to start these first resolutions, we're going to go to Supervisor Askew, and you have 2, I believe, to present today.
All right, great, thank you. Well, I'd like to invite some of my special guests from the city of Marina. Kathy Meacham is with us today. And was Andrea with us as well? No, she didn't make it. Okay, perfect. So this is a resolution recognizing Hunger Action Month. Hunger Action Month is a national campaign to raise awareness of hunger and food insecurity in our country. Food insecurity continues to be a significant challenge here in Monterey County. Hunger can have a devastating impact on individuals, their families, and our communities. And among many things that we can be doing together to address hunger among our neighbors is donating food, volunteering at food banks, volunteering for local teen centers and community recreation programs, volunteering to advocate for policies that support food security. I wanted to bring Kathy out here today. The Marina Teen Center for how many years has been welcoming students before school starts and feeding students a nutritious breakfast, providing them with mentorship, providing them with someone, another adult in their life who can be there for them. So in addition to filling their bellies before they go to school, the Marina Teen Center has partnered with the school district to make sure that kids get to school on time and really know that they are part of the community, using food to get them to show up. So would you like to make a few comments about the work that you're doing and the volunteers that have shown up every morning at 6 a.m. to feed these kids?
Well, I definitely appreciate all those volunteers and my staff. We all pay attention very well to the children, and we have a very unique community, and I hope the rest of the communities pick up where we are.
Thank you. And the thing that's really unique and special about the Marina Teen Center is that it is a group of just community volunteers who have dedicated their mornings to showing up and being there to feed these kids every day. And it's been decades that these folks, the same group of women and men, mothers and grandmothers from the community are there to make sure that all of our kids have what they need. So thank you for being the one that does the work to make sure that we don't have hunger, at least in the city of Marina, among our students. Thank you, Kathy. And we have a resolution to present. Next up, we have a very special group of guests with us today, and I'd like to invite the amazing artists and scholars from Martin Luther King Jr. School of the Arts to come on up here and join us. We're going to be recognizing September 12th through the 18th as National Arts in Education Week. And Arts in Education, you can come right up here, guys. Don't be shy. We're going to stand. We're going to look at the camera. You're going to smile at everyone.
You're on TV.
You're on TV, y'all. Yeah, there we go. Thank you guys so much for coming out. We're joined by Principal Andrew Agania, and he was very generous to help these students get transportation from Seaside over to visit our county government center today. Let's see here. So Arts in Education Week commences the second Sunday in September every year and recognizes the arts, including dance, media, theater, music, visual arts as well. And we know that these kinds of arts programs are essential to a well-rounded education, help students develop their creativity, their critical thinking, their problem-solving skills, as well as self-confidence and the ability to express yourself and connect with your cultural heritage. Since I've got our folks from MLK here, I wanted to talk a little bit about MLK School of the Arts, which is part of the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. It's a K-8 school in Seaside, designated as a California Turnaround Art School in 2016, and has made incredible strides since then to ensure that all students, every single kid, has access to arts education. There's visual arts, there's performing arts, you guys get to do dance, you guys get to sing, you get to play musical instruments, you get to paint. We've got a number of different programs that are on campus to make sure that students and their families have access to the incredible power of arts. And those arts are integrated into all aspects of the school. So with that, I would like to reach behind you, and if someone could grab that resolution for me, pull the sticky note off of it, because we don't want that in the picture. And can you pass that up to your friends in the front row and have them hold it? And we're going to honor these students who are here with us today and all students in the state and in our county for their creativity, their spirit of looking to create and express themselves using the arts to help them learn and grow and make our county an amazing, beautiful place. So scoot on in for a photo, and I'm going to pass the microphone to our principal in case you have any additional comments to make.
Thank you for this, for recognizing the importance of arts in education. It is creativity that creates justice for our students as the future that they are creating to make a better environment for all of us. Thank you.
Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you guys so much for, I'll take one more picture. All right, thank you guys so much for being here. And while we have these students here, they were getting to take a little tour of our county government center so that they know how their local government works. And you get to take that with you back to school. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are doing amazing work and we're so proud of you.
That's our future right there. Awesome.
All right, and then we have one more resolution today. I've got Jose Moran from the Boys and Girls Club. And our final resolution is to recognize September 16th as National Working Parents Day. And I know we've got a lot of working parents in the house. You can all wave, like we're all doing the work, taking care of the kids while we pay the bills. National Working Parents Day honors working parents and pays tribute to all of the parents who work to provide for their families. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, around 61% of families with children have both parents working outside the home. We know these families face challenges, including juggling multiple schedules, finding time to be with each other, finding time to be with your children. Oftentimes, working parents feel divided between home and work, resulting in stress and difficulty balancing work and family responsibilities. We want to recognize and acknowledge that all families deserve to have their hard work recognized, and acknowledge that working parents play a vital role in our society by providing for their families, contributing to our economy, and we want to make sure we're supporting them through policies at the county, at the state, and through some of our nonprofit partners who are making sure that we have childcare available and rich programs available for kids, so that while parents are working, we know that our kids are safe and healthy and being cared for by loving, caring adults in safe locations. So happy to honor and recognize and thank the Boys and Girls Club for the work that you do to support working parents in Monterey County.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We are fortunate to be able to serve the families in the Monterey County with the after-school program for all the families. Everybody's welcome to come and join us in our sites, Seaside and Salinas, and also we have a virtual site. So we are honored to serve the community in collaboration with the school districts and other organizations in the county. So thank you so much.
Thank you for all the work that you do, and we'll take a
Thank you.
Thank you
very
to
much.
my guests who are here today with us, and we'll pass the
And we'll encourage our young people to stay with us to learn a little bit about history and about these great people that we have in our presence here today. Now we're moving to the Bracero History Recognition Week ceremony, everyone. As chair of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, it is my honor to welcome you for this first ever celebration in Monterey County of the Bracero History Recognition Week. Our nation also begins to celebrate Latino Heritage Month this week. And this Saturday, millions throughout our nation and in Mexico will be celebrating the Mexican Independence Day. We are honored this morning to have just over 24 original members of the Bracero program or their family members here to represent their beloved fathers or grandfathers. We even have some family members joining us by Zoom from Mexico. And I want to say hello to my friend Jose Sanchez, who is dialed in from the state of Guanajuato in honor of his uncle, who was one of the survivors of the 1963 crash in Chular. We're honored here to have some special guests today, and I want to first acknowledge them. If they could please rise or wave their hand. I want to recognize the Mexican consulate, el Consul Mexicano, Alejandra Bologna. I think she could just wave first, just wave. We have our honorary Mexican consulate of Salinas, Blanca Sarasua, with us as well, a local attorney. We have our county sheriff, Tina Nieto, back there joining us. Thank you very much for being with us. And we have several legislative offices. They have their staff representing them, and they are providing certificates to our Bracero workers and Bracero families today. First of all, I want to acknowledge Angela Bocanegra, District Representative of Congressmember Zoe Lofgren. Thank you. And also Wilfredo Martinez, also with Zoe Lofgren's office. Thank you very much. From the District Director for our new Assembly Speaker, Robert Rivas, Dominic Dursa. Thank you. Representing, I forgot to also mention Luis Mesa from Robert Rivas' office. From Senator Ana Caballero's office, Field Representative Marisa Hernandez. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have one of our former colleagues, legendary Latino trailblazer, former city council member, former state assembly member, former county supervisor, the one and only Simon Salinas, back there. And if I missed any other elected officials, if you could pass me a note, I'll make sure to acknowledge you later in the ceremony. Also, we are very honored today, as part of today's celebration, we have a special presentation by Dr. Ignacio Ornelas, a Salinas native, former teacher at Everardes, but now a professor and a member of the Bracero Legacy Project at Stanford University. Give him a round of applause. He's right here in front. And we also have a special song today that we will present after a couple presentations. A special corrido by our local resident, El Señor Mr. David Saucedo Salas. Also, we gave him a round of applause as well, everybody. Okay, in 1942, through a series of diplomatic accords between Mexico and the United States, an executive order called the Mexican Farm Labor Program established the Bracero Program, a program which allowed millions of Mexican guest workers to legally work in the United States on short-term labor contracts. The Bracero program originally addressed a national agricultural labor shortage during World War II. A separate Bracero Railroad worker program was also established to build and maintain railroad lines throughout the United States. Today, we are also remembering the 60th anniversary of the tragedy in Chular, where on September 17th, 1963, which would fall on this Sunday, 32 Bracero workers were tragically killed and 25 others were injured. The California Highway Patrol at the time deemed the tragic accident as the biggest single fatal vehicle accident in the history of California, quote unquote. The Chular bus crash also was a determining factor in the decision by Congress to terminate the Bracero program in 1964. This program had lasted for more than 22 years, granting a total of 4.8 to 5.2 million labor contracts in all regions in the United States. But what is often not said is that Bracero workers also face very harsh working conditions and living conditions. Labor protections were minimal during those years, and yet they sacrificed and provided tremendous contributions to our nation's economy and prosperity. Their stories and their sacrifice are often untold and unrecognized. Today's resolution that we just approved reads in part, whereas the Bracero workers from 1942 to 1964 contributed immensely to the nation's agricultural and railroad industries and to our nation's economy. Thousands of Bracero workers would eventually return to the Salinas Valley and establish their lives and their families here. Today, thousands of Monterey County families have fathers and grandfathers who are original Bracero workers of that era, but their contributions have never been fully recognized by the County of Monterey until today. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby declares Bracero Worker History Recognition Week every week of September 16th and remembers the 60th anniversary of the Chular Bracero tragedy of 1963, where 32 Mexican workers tragically lost their lives. Be it further resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors hereby encourages all our residents to learn about the significant contributions and legacy of Bracero workers to the agricultural industry in the Salinas and Pájaro valleys and throughout our nation. And we now celebrate and honor our county's original Bracero workers who set the foundation for future generations of Latino families and leaders in Monterey County. On a personal note, today is very special for many of us. Thousands of local families and many of us individually stand on the shoulders of our fathers and grandfathers who were heroic Braceros who came to give their families a better life. My own grandfather, Tomás Alejo Sr., was a Bracero worker in the early 1940s who came to work for the Southern Pacific Railroad in San Luis Obispo County in the early 1940s, and who later came and brought his family to find a better life and establish roots here in the United States. His original sombrero is right here on the dais in his honor and his memory. Supervisor Lopez and former Supervisor Simon Salinas, his grandfathers, were also Bracero workers. It is our own county assessor, Marina Camacho, the first Latina in that position. Her father, Jose Camacho Mora, who came here at the age of 20, was also a Bracero worker, and he just unfortunately passed away last year. It is because of them that we now stand before you today as county supervisors. It is for these reasons that Bracero workers hold such a high level of love and respect and admiration within our families and within our Latino community. For those Braceros who have already passed away, our families hold a high level of appreciation for their stories and their sacrifice. That is why today is so critical, to teach and remind our communities about the Braceros' critical place in our nation's history, and to ensure that we never forget that what they did as trailblazers and pillars for our families and our nation. So I now want to ask my colleague, our co-author of this resolution, Supervisor Lopez, to also share some thoughts.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out today. There's so much American history that gets lost because we don't tell our stories. And this is one of those stories which will not be lost, because there's so many people that are in the places that they are, making the changes that they are based on that history. That history is alive in the Salinas Valley. It's alive in Monterey County. and it continues to thrive thanks to the sacrifices, not just of the braceros, which is very real, as Luis touched on, but of their families who waited at home. Long days, long nights without the communication that we enjoy today, wondering, were they okay? For 32, they found out they were not okay, that there was a real loss. And we will not forget, and we will not ever stop striving to improve who we are and what we mean in terms of a culture to California and to the United States as the legacy of those braceros who put down their roots here in California. I want to share today that for many of those who knew Juan Martinez, he literally carried a cross. That cross was one that he planted at the very site of this tragic accident, and he made sure to take care of. But we lost one about a little over a year ago, and his legacy is still with us. And so I want to thank Wild Oak Ag Designs, who created the very same cross that Juan showed off at so many meetings, including here in the Board of Supervisors, out of steel. And so we will be replacing that wooden cross that has fallen into disrepair with a steel one that will stand the test of time. And I think that's a great testament to the contributions. And we look forward to today's ceremony, but more importantly, to carrying on the legacy and the message and the partnership between two nations and now really one community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into the ceremony, any other comments from our colleagues before we go into the presentation?
Yes, I want to thank everyone for being here today. This is a very important day, and it is a day for all of us to remember. When I was reading my board materials, I read the names of all 32 of the braceros who lost their lives that day, because I believe it's really important for us to continue to say the names of those who were lost that day. But in many ways, I agree with what has been said by my colleagues. This is not a day to look backward, sadly, but it's a day to celebrate the future, because there have been so many seeds that these 32 people sowed that now allow for the wonderful things that are happening in our community. So I thank you very much for being with us today. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Askew?
I'm going to figure this mic thing out here. I just want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward and giving us the opportunity to continue telling the story of our history here in Monterey County, our history of agriculture, our history of immigration, our history of that makes us who we are today. The reality is that we many of the stories of our ancestors and of our relatives are not told regularly in schools or in our media, and the opportunity for us to make sure that we're continuing to keep these truths alive and remember who we are and where we come from. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to have our chambers full today. And I just want to thank my colleagues for taking the time to pull everyone into here to celebrate.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Thank you. The people who have worked the fields out here for the last, going back to the Spanish era, the 250 years, you're the people who really have built this county. And it's, you fed this country, you built this county, and for anyone who had never done this work, they don't truly understand the backbreaking, painful process it is to work on these fields. And we owe you a gratitude. Everybody in this county owes you a gratitude. Everybody in this country who's ever eaten lettuce or broccoli or so owes you gratitude. This is an honor to be able to be here and to see this award presented. And I just really want to thank you. I want to thank you for your lifetime of work, and I want to thank you for the humility you've carried and the opportunity you give for us to thank you and honor you for all that you've done.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Church. We did want to acknowledge another special guest. I didn't want to keep going without acknowledging her. That's my mother, Maria Luisa Covarrubias, and my stepfather, Jose Corrios, who are with us as well. Thank you for joining us. We now will go to Dr. Ignacio Ornelas, a native of Salinas. Thank you for coming back to your hometown of Salinas to make this presentation, and we'll pass the mic over to you.
Thank you, Chair Alejo and Supervisors, for the invitation today. I'm here to talk about the history of the Bracero program and provide historical context and their major contributions to the American economy. In addition, I'll be talking about the tragedy at Chular when 32 Braceros were killed in a terrible transportation accident. The Bracero program, as you stated, Chair, was an agreement between the U.S. and Mexico, signed on August 4th, 1942, to recruit contract temporary workers from Mexico. The agreement was supposed to last through the end of World War II, but it was renewed subsequent times until it was finally terminated in 1964. Braceros immediately became essential workers and saved a struggling agricultural industry. The first Braceros contracted to work in Monterey County arrived in 1942. They began working in the sugar beet and celery fields of the Salinas Valley. 2 years before they arrived, the total value of Monterey County ag products was about $17 million. By the end of the Bracero program in 1964, that value was $152 million. Because of writers like John Steinbeck, Americans have learned about the beauty of Monterey County and the workforce. Yet most Americans outside this region know nothing about the majority of the laborers who worked in agriculture. The historical image of a laborer who toiled in the area is far from a Mexicano worker who migrated legally during the Bracero program. The start of World War II swept American agricultural workers into the military industry, and thousands were drafted. Men and women left the fields and canneries for the military assembly factories of Richmond, Long Beach, and other cities in California. My research examines the history of the Bracero program and the work of Ernesto Galarza, scholar, labor organizer, and activist who spent time in the Salinas Valley meeting with Braceros, documenting their work and labor abuses. Galarza's archive has photographs, diaries, correspondence with the workers, and the daily reality they faced when they arrived to work with the short handle hoe, as they stooped over for long periods of doing backbreaking work. The photographs documenting the Bracero program portray the labor recruiters interviewing workers, inspecting and physically handling them to check their strength and asking about their skills to work in agriculture. Once contracted, Braceros were sprayed with DDT, a chemical that was eventually banned. Once in the United States, the pictures detailing the Braceros' arrival demonstrate how they were initially welcomed with patriotic fervor, citing the collaboration of both the US and Mexico cooperating to win World War II. President Franklin Roosevelt even proclaimed his support for the program. Quote, Mexican farm workers brought to the US in accordance with the agreement between our two governments are contributing their toil to the production of vitally needed food, end of quote. In a Southern Pacific magazine, Braceros were called Soldados del Ferrocarril, soldiers of the railroad. However, these celebrations were short-lived, and soon thereafter, Braceros were guided by police escorts to their labor camps in the outskirts of town. While some Braceros were welcomed, many faced discrimination, and domestic agricultural workers viewed them as competition for scarce jobs. Braceros were heavily exploited, worker abuses were common, and many died in terrible accidents. In Soledad, and the most infamous in Chular, where 32 Braceros tragically died on September 17th, 1963. The day after the accident, Ernesto Galarza was called by the Labor Council in Salinas. When Galarza received his phone call in San Jose, the caller told him, quote, Ernesto, you better get down to Salinas. There's a town full of dead Mexicans, end of quote. It was Galarza who rushed to Salinas to investigate, but also advocate for workers who died, meet with their families, and assist survivors communicate their grievances. Galarza also wrote to Congressman Powell, the chairman of the powerful Education and Labor Committee, to investigate the accident at Chular. Galarza spent close to 2 years documenting the investigation of the accident, interviewing survivors, and also helping Braceros. The accident, according to some scholars, led to its final demise, and politicians and labor unions argued about the need for farm workers. Galarza had previously told Cesar Chavez that as long as there was a Bracero program, they would never be able to organize a farm worker union. But Cesar Chavez ultimately prevailed and successfully organized the UFW. The photograph that you see here is actually at Palma High School, for those of you that have never seen it. And those are 32 caskets of the braceros who died. There is an alternative narrative of braceros such as Salvador Flores Barragan, who shared about their experience. His story is an example of how braceros wanted to improve their lives by migrating to work in U.S. agriculture. As a survivor of the terrible tragedy at Chular, his journey sheds light on how braceros saw the program as an opportunity to better their lives, even if it meant putting their lives in danger. Their ganas, desire to work, and the skills they possessed have been left out of history books. The photographs show us images of hope and braceros on their way to the promised land, the way we have seen so many images of European immigrants arriving at Ellis Island. Images of hope, of progress, and of an immigrant generation that wanted what others before them hoped for, a better future for their children and for future generations. Former braceros like my grandfather shared stories of betterment and progress. He spoke about working with honor in the fields of the Salinas Valley. He described his work in agriculture very differently from the common narrative of the victimized farm worker. Growing up, I was often frustrated as I heard stories about the docile farm worker. The stories of agricultural workers taught in schools were for the most part about how the public should feel pity for them. Hay que tener ley, my grandfather would teach us. Ley in Mexican working class culture is a tremendously important concept that stems from Mexicanos' fiercely independent, autonomous, and self-sufficient ways. The Spanish term ley literally means to have honor, courage, to do the right things in life. Well, when you encounter an obstacle, ley also carries a sense of pride like the word orgullo. This is how my grandfather described doing hard agriculture work. When I conducted oral history interviews with former braceros, I anticipated hearing stories of worker abuse and exploitations, because after all, some scholars called braceros, quote, modern day slaves. But I heard a very different narrative. Former braceros share stories of having used their experience in the program as a launching pad to greater opportunities in the ag industry. Braceros' stories were about agency, progress, and their children, a second generation that transformed the political landscape of this region and the larger Monterey Bay area. Braceros began working with the now infamous short-handle hoe, the cortito. But some of them, like Oscar Calderon, had his eye on other jobs within the agricultural industry as an irrigator, a tractor driver, or a supervisor. During my interview with Leon Ventura, who began working as a bracero, I learned that he eventually served in the U.S. Army. Mr. Ventura served with distinction and returned to his position as a supervisor with the Bud Anno Corporation and later Dole. He had a remarkable story to tell about his career in the industry, and it was not about feeling pity for him. On the contrary, Mr. Ventura told a story of progress, of having mastered the work. Yo nunca me rajé. I never gave up, he proclaimed. Mr. Ventura was also an inventor, innovated agricultural machinery to prevent worker injuries. These were the stories I was familiar with from my youth because my family spoke about the ingenuity in the fields, the innovation, the camaraderie that took place among workers. Braceros that I interviewed took pride working with their equipment, their tools, their knives, and the machinery, a narrative we don't hear about. Leon Ventura and his wife put their children through Princeton, Berkeley, and Santa Clara universities. One daughter is a doctor here in Salinas. His daughter, Ana Ventura Fares, was elected the first female and Mexican-American mayor of Watsonville. The children and grandchildren of former braceros have become pioneers in various industries. Many have served in elected office and were the children of former braceros also. Abel Maldonado became a California lieutenant governor. Juan Vargas is currently a U.S. Congress member. Professors at UCLA, Berkeley, and Stanford had bracero parents. The first chair of the California Strawberry Commission, Lorena Chavez, an entrepreneur from Santa Maria, is the daughter of a former bracero from Jalisco. The Bracero program ended in 1964, but today we have the H-2A program, which is recruiting hundreds of Mexican farm workers. We have a lot of work to do, to spread this history, and I applaud you for having this important event today. But we need to continue to educate larger audiences who have never heard this history of Bracero contributions before. Unlike the steel builders of the East, who have been memorialized through photographs as they built the New York City skyscrapers, farm workers from the region have hardly been recognized. This is the land Braceros worked in, yet the region hardly has any recognition of their contributions. No marker, no plaque, no statue, no building commemorating how their labor made Monterey County the multi-billion-dollar industry that it is today. I want to encourage the board to consider establishing a permanent sculpture here in Salinas that commemorates Bracero labor and their contributions to the American economy and how their work transformed Monterey County and the larger American economy. I also want to present the Braceros that are here with us today with certificates from the Stanford Program on International and Cultural Education at Stanford University and demonstrate how proud we are of their labor. Thank you, Chair Alejo. Thank you, Supervisors.
All right, give them a big round of applause. We have a plaque to present to you, Dr. Ornelas. Thank you very much for all your work in keeping the history, the legacy alive of these Bracero workers who did so much for all of us. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we have a copy of the resolution that we just approved today to take to Stanford, and also a resolution from the Board of Supervisors as well. Thank you very much for your work. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Next, I want to call up our honored Consulada Mexicana, Alejandra Bologna, and also Blanca Sarasua, our honorary consulate of a Mexican consulate who is based here in Salinas, to also come and share some words. And I thank you and your team for coming and joining us.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the Monterey County authorities for organizing this meaningful event, especially to Supervisor Luis Alejo, his long-standing effort promoting our community rights and well-being. I also thank Dr. Ignacio Ornelas for his great remarks summarizing the history of the Bracero program. With great admiration and humbleness today, I have the honor to address the contribution and dedication of all Mexican workers who participate in the Bracero program from 1942 to 1964. En nombre del Consulado General de México en San José, con jurisdicción aquí en el Condado de Monterrey, yo recuerdo y reconozco a cada uno de ustedes y de sus familias el trabajo que realizaron con pasión, talento y sacrificio para sostener en tiempos difíciles a este país. No one can question the importance of the contribution of Mexican agricultural workers to the economic development of the United States, of California, and of course, Monterey County. Regardless their immigration status, our community has proved all over the years until this very day the essential of their work for the benefit of all, whether during war times or pandemic challenges. The Bracero program is an example of the collaboration between Mexico and the United States to foster mutual development by institutional mechanisms that recognize the independence of our countries, the complementary of our economies, and the historical multi-level exchange between our societies. The Bracero program was also triggered to regulate labor rights and protect the hardworking community from abuses. The tragedy of Chular another sad episode highlighting the vulnerability of guest workers, or a rallying point for immigration rights and the Chicano civil rights movement. Today, we honor the group of 4.5 million bracero workers that sustained the post-war economic recovery. We are also recognizing their capacity for adaptation to new challenges, their strength to face adverse conditions, the sacrifice they and their families endure in the pursuit of better life conditions. But beyond such recognitions, we should celebrate and embrace all their contributions in every single field to development of both the United States and Mexico. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, braceros.
And Consul, we have this copy of today's resolution to present, so you could have it in your office in San Jose. Muchas gracias for coming as well. I think Blanca's going to come share some words next as well. Oh.
You want to show it to the supervisors first. Good morning, honorable supervisors. I have here my assistant. I just recently recruited him. This is Dr. Pablo Romero, a very well-known medical doctor here in Monterey County, and his father was a bracero too, so I thought it very appropriate from the crowd to have him be my assistant. This is a picture of my father and my grandfather, and I'll tell you the story very quickly. My father came, Aquilino Sarasua came to this country in 1945 and arrived to the bustling metropolis of Chular, California. We've all been impacted by his and other braceros' presence here in Monterey County. Going back to Dr. Ornelas about the physical inspection, my father would tell me that they would check your hands, and if they weren't crunchy, you're not going to get hired. If they're too soft, you haven't got the resume, the physical resume to proceed. And so I wanted to attest to at least part of the presentation. Buenos días, caballeros. Fue una bendición tener un padre que fue bracero. Fue una bendición que ustedes, caballeros, hayan trabajado aquí en estas tierras. Estoy y estamos muy agradecidos por su impacto. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Thank you.
Skip the video. It's making me cry. Okay, we have a very special presentation, and it's David Saucedo. Oh, Señor Saucedo, muchas gracias. This is el Señor David Saucedo Salas. I asked him to be here because this gentleman was working in the Salinas Valley when the tragedy of Chular occurred. He's originally from Zacatecas, Mexico, but he was working at the Kentro Company in 1963 when he heard about the braceros that were killed and decided to write a song about the tragedy. He worked in the agricultural fields, but also as a truck driver, a tractor driver, and eventually worked at the Spreckles Sugar Company until it closed. He later worked for Interharvest as a skilled welder until his retirement. And today, we have asked him to come, and because of health reasons, he will only sing the first verse, but then we have his corrido. It's called La Tragedia de Chular. We will play it on the screens, and I added some photos so we can enjoy his song and enjoy these photos while we're here. It's such a big honor. He was kind of nervous about coming, but I called him yesterday and said, hey, this would really make this ceremony very special and it'd be very meaningful for these bracero workers to hear the song that you wrote. And corridos in the Mexican culture often tell the stories, the struggles, the highs and the lows of our community. They get documented with music and song. And so we want to hear some words and maybe hear the first verse. Let's give a round of applause to el Señor David Saucedo Salas. the verse first, and then we'll go into the song.
Bueno, muchas gracias por esta invitación para recordar aquellos tiempos. Y yo compuse el corrido de los braceros que murieron ahí en medio de cerquita de Chular y Salinas. Y puse unos versos que dicen así. Año del 63, ni me quisiera acordar, murieron muchos braceros, Cia, Salinas y Chular. Ahora sigue la canción.
Okay, now we can play it. Yeah. Let's give a round of applause, everybody.
Año del 63, ni me quisiera acordar, murieron muchos braceros, Cia, Salinas y Chular. Eran ya poco tarde, de su trabajo viajaban, pero quién iba a pensarlo, que su vida terminaba. El chofer que los llevaba nunca se lo imaginaba, y al llegar a ese crucero el tren los atravesaba. En el surgir de acero, donde el tren recio corría, dejando muerto y herido, y otros en agonía. 32 fueron los muertos que murieron ese día, arrastrados por el tren, por toditita la vida. Cuando llegó la ambulancia, llegó muy triste silbando. Unos estaban ya muertos y otros agonizando. Pobrecita de esas madres que en México están llorando por la muerte de sus hijos. En California quedaron, en Salinas, California, una misa les hicieron, formándoles una cruz con todos los que murieron. Ya con esta me despido, ya no vine a saludar, ya les canté con tristeza la tragedia de Chular.
We give him a big round of applause. Un aplauso fuerte. Hello. Señor Saucedo, is mic on? Señor Saucedo, para darle las gracias por su canción documentando la historia de los braceros, le presentamos este cuadro, proclamación de parte del Condado de Monterrey. Gracias por todo lo que hace para nuestra comunidad y la historia de los braceros. Muchas gracias. Okay, everybody can have a seat now. Se pueden sentar. We're ready for the presentation. I want to acknowledge our former county CAO, Charles McKee, who is here. He's here as well. Thank you for joining us, sir. Appreciate you. I'm going to ask Supervisor Lopez to join me. We're going to be going back and forth and presenting these resolutions. These gentlemen wanted to sit up here because it was easier to come up by already being up here. I'm going to read what each of the proclamations say, and then when we present each one, we're only going to give a few details about each particular worker. But these proclamations say, on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we honor you for being a distinguished original bracero worker of California. During 1942 to 1964, millions of Mexican workers participated in the bracero program, providing labor and high skills in the agriculture and railroad industries during a critical period in the United States history, including World War II. Your valuable contributions to the economy, to economic prosperity and strength of our nation and the state of California are hereby recognized and commended during the first ever Bracero History Recognition Week in Monterey County. You laid the foundation for a better future and greater opportunities for your family, our local communities, and many generations to come. Today, the County of Monterey salutes you for your sacrifice, contributions, and leadership in the agricultural industry in Monterey County. You are a true inspiration to us all, y que vivan los braceros. You want to read in Spanish?
We're good. We're good. It was there. Okay. Yeah. So just to share those same words, but in Spanish for those folks who may not have the translating sets. En nombre de la Junta de Supervisores del Condado de Monterrey, honoramos a usted por su distinguido trabajador bracero original de distinguido trabajador bracero original de California. Millones de trabajadores mexicanos participaron en el programa Bracero, brindando mano de obra y altas habilidades en la industria agrícola durante un periodo crítico en la historia de los Estados Unidos, incluida la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Sus valiosas contribuciones a la prosperidad económica y la fortaleza de nuestra nación y el estado de California son reconocidas y elogiadas durante la primera semana de reconocimiento de la historia Bracero en el Condado de Monterrey. Usted sentó las bases para un futuro mejor y mayores oportunidades para su familia, nuestras comunidades locales y muchas generaciones venideras. Hoy, el Condado de Monterrey lo saluda por su sacrificio, contribuciones y liderazgo en la industria agrícola del Condado de Monterrey. Eres una verdadera inspiración para todos nosotros y que vivan los braceros.
Que vivan. Okay, we're going to start presenting these proclamations first to the actual bracero workers who are here, and then we have some families who sent a representative to receive the recognition on their behalf. So me and Chris will be alternating here. The first person we'll be recognizing is Elias Camacho, who was born in Camajapa, Jalisco, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley between 1963 and 1964. Elias is now 80 years old. Elias Camacho, Señor Elias Camacho. Okay.
All right. Our next awardee is Santos Mora Almaraz, who was born in Las Jiquimas, Guanajuato, in Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley between 1960 and 1962. Today, Santos is 81 years old. Santos?
Our next recipient is el señor Manuel Ramirez, born in Las Jiquimas, Guanajuato, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley between 1962 and 1965. Manuel today is 81 years old. Manuel Ramirez. Felicidades.
Y seguimos con Salvador Banuelos, who was born in Minenlas, Jalisco. He labored in the Salinas Valley, Santa Ynez, Temescal, and Sacramento Valley, as well as Michigan, between 1955 and 1965. Salvador is 88 years old.
Our next recipient is El Señor Salvador Campos Cruz, who was born in also in Las Siquemas, Guanajuato, Mexico. He labored in the Sacramento Valley in 1959. He is now 88 years old, everyone. Salvador Campos Cruz. You're singing it for him? Yeah. Okay.
And next, we'll go to Daniel Vargas, who was born in Zinapara, Michoacán. He labored in the Salinas Valley and Arizona between 1955 and 1960. He is 89 years old. Daniel.
The next recipient is el señor David Saucedo Salas, which you already gave him. Ya le dimos el reconocimiento. Okay, I think you're next.
So next we have Juan Vasquez Martinez, who was born in San Jose de Viñedo in Durango, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley and the Pájaro Valley between 1955 and 1958. He is 92 years old.
Want to say his name again? Our next recipient is el señor Salvador Quintero, who was born in Ameca, Jalisco. He labored in the Coachella, Santa Ana, Sacramento, and San Joaquin valleys, and also in Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi between 1948 and 1950. We could give him a big round of applause, everyone. Let's just stay. Salvador Quintero. Felicidades. Gracias. Aquí le tenemos su cuadro. Ahí viene la señorita. Gusto tenerlo aquí, señor.
Next, we have Salvador Ramirez Zavala, who was born in Las Jiquimas, Guanajuato. He labored in Pájaro, Santa Clara, and Sacramento Valleys in 1952. He is 92 years old.
Thank you very much. Y al final podemos tomar más fotos. We can take more photos at the end with the family members. Next, we have Agustín Rubalcaba, who was born in Nochistlán, Zacatecas. He labored in the Salinas Valley and Minnesota between 1949 and 1964. He is 98 years old. Felicidades. Wow. Gusto tenerlo aquí.
Joining us today is also Josafat Arias, born in Guanajuato, Mexico. He labored in California, Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi in 1942. He is 102 years old.
Now we have going to family members who are here present. We want to call up the family member of Heraclio Virgen Politron, who was born in La Sauceda, municipio de Cocula, Jalisco. He labored in the Salinas Valley between 1963 and 1964. He is today 80 years old. Give her a round of applause. Muchas gracias por venir. recibir esto en honor de él. Sí. Se lo están colectando. Vamos a tomarlo.
Next up, we have the family of Jose Ramirez Contreras, who was born in Las Jiquimas, Guanajuato. He labored in the San Joaquin and Central Valleys in 1950. He's 82 years old.
They're gathering those for you. Chris, you want to take a photo? Yeah, we got a lot of things for all our recipients here today. This next gentleman, this is the family that's watching from Guanajuato. We are honoring Jose Sanchez Hasso, who was born in Querétaro, Guanajuato, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas, Pájaro, Central, and Santa Clara valleys between 1954 and 1964. He was 89 years old, and he was a Mexican soldier who came to join the Bracero afterwards. His photo is out in the lobby, so we want to give him an honor as well. And I think la familia Sánchez está aquí. Muchas gracias. Pásale para acá. Gracias por venir.
We're also going to invite up the familia de Vicente Romero Naranjo, who was born in Santa Rosa, Querétaro. He labored in Salinas, Santa Clara, and the Central Valley, and Arizona as well between 1950 and 1960. He's 90 years old.
Felicidades. Hold on to all the shirts. Don't give them on the floor. Our next recipient is El Señor León, family of El Señor Peña Ventura, who was born in Navidad, Jalisco, Mexico. He had labored in the Salinas and Imperial Valleys in the mid-late 1950s. He was 90 years old. La familia de León Peña Ventura, here. Okay, we'll save that for them.
Go to the family of Remigio Partida, who was born in Nayarit, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley between 1960 and 1964. Remigio? Okay.
The next, we want to call up la familia de Raimundo Reséndiz Ruiz. He was born in El Nazareño, Durango, Mexico, and he had labored in the Salinas Valley between 1962 and 1964. And I see her coming up. Give a round of applause, everybody. Thank you very much. Gracias por venir a recibir este reconocimiento de su familiar. Hold on to those first. Take a photo.
And we'll invite up the family of Eugenio Martinez, who was born in Las Cruces, Guanajuato. He labored in the Salinas Valley in Arizona between 61 and 64.
Next, we are recognizing the family of Ramon Ramirez Zavala, who was born in Las Jicamas, Guanajuato. He labored in the Salinas, Santa Clara, Sacramento, and Santa Ana Valley in 1964. And you're receiving it for him as well. Thank you. Oh, your grandpa. Thank you very much. Yeah, good. Beautiful.
And next up, we'll invite up the family of Anastasio Sanchez Hasso, who was born in Querétaro, Guanajuato. He labored in the Salinas and Pájaro Valleys between 56 and 63.
And eran hermanos. Eran hermanos braceros. Yeah, gracias. Yeah, los dos. Yeah, the uncles. And this is the uncle that lives in Tijuana. Yes, okay. Thank you. Take a photo. Y su tío todavía vive en Tijuana, México. We're almost there. We're going to recognize now the family of Jose Nieves Herrera Zamora, who was born in El Saus de los Marques, Jalisco. He had labored in the Salinas Valley between 1950 and 1960. We have a family member of Jose Nieves Herrera Zamora. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Un aplauso. And the next generation right here.
Muchas gracias. Es un honor.
Next, we'll invite up the family of Julian Macias, who was born in Aguascalientes, Mexico. He labored in the Salinas Valley in Idaho in 1942. Julian Macias, la familia de? Okay.
Okay, and I think last, you got Julian? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not present today, but we are recognizing, we'll just say their name. Elipidio Quesada Nunez, who was born in Totiche, Jalisco, and had labored in the Sacramento, Salinas, and Central Valleys, and also in Arizona in 1962.
And also not present, but being recognized today is Raymond Chavez Mesa, who was born in Higueras de Achota, Cosala, Sinaloa. He labored in Yokayo, Central, and Salinas Valleys in 1953.
Okay, that's everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. We're going to ask all the family members, los braceros, si se pueden quedar ahí, si los familiares se pueden meter aquí en el medio o en los lados para tomar un foto en grupo. All the recipients, all the family members, if you could come to the front so we could take a group photo. And if we cannot, don't block the braceros so we could take a photo of them here as well. And I'll ask the Board of Supervisors to join us in a photo as well. All the supervisors. Yeah, we get taller guys. We could put you in back. Aquí enfrente. Have you got to stand up? Get on the chair.
Probably stay seated. It might be a while.
Quiero poner aquí al ladito. No va a bloquear a Chris acá. Él está alto. Thank you. As you want to get back here? You want to get back here? You guys are taller? On the side, yeah. We got to just squeeze in. Hey, Glenn, you want to get back here?
I'm tall, yeah. I don't put me in the front.
My dad. Three of us have master.
Can we get that? Okay. You have their names?
They're over here. I can have their family. You want to just make a quick.
We have two more recipients, braceros that came today. We didn't have a proclamation prepared, but we will get it for them later. If you could say their names, please.
I'm going to take the microphone over to them so that they could tell you their names. Hold on.
They just sit, and then we'll stand behind it.
This gentleman's name is Adolfo Arias, and he'll be recognized shortly, but he is with us today, and he was also a bracero. In 1964.
Adolfo Arias.
Adolfo Arias. One more person.
Francisco Luna Ávila. Sí.
Muchísimas gracias.
Un aplauso a todos. Gracias. Ok, ahora sí se pueden sentar, por favor, porque vamos a tener la próxima presentación. Tenemos una ceremonia adicional. Si se pueden sentar para continuar, tenemos una ceremonia adicional y podemos continuar para poder salir todos juntos. Si hay braceros que llegaron a hoy y no recibieron un reconocimiento, le podemos dar todavía, no se preocupen, les queremos dar ese honor. Y si alguien tiene un familiar que quiere recibir una proclamación, un cuadro, también me lo pueden pedir. Le damos ese honor a cualquier bracero si me lo piden. Ya.
El rapero es mi papá.
Sí, le podemos dar después. Si lo hacemos. Muchas gracias. Oh, we can't. We got to move on to the next part, though. Yeah. My apologies. We got one more ceremony to go to. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got the language here. Okay. Irma, where's Irma? Oh, this area. Okay. Tenemos una ceremonia adicional. Le voy a pedir a la directora. I'm going to ask Sonia, our CEO, Sonia de la Rosa, to join me today. Our last ceremony is we're recognizing and honoring the County of Monterey's Director of Human Resources, Irma Ramirez Bao, on her retirement. She is retiring after 24 years of dedicated service to the County of Monterey. Irma is a long-life resident of Monterey County. She was born in Watsonville, my hometown, and raised in Moss Landing. Her parents, through their hard work in the agriculture industry, instilled a strong work ethic and values of loyalty, integrity, and honesty. Irma met her husband of 33 years, Ken Bao, and built a family of their own and raising a daughter and a son. She is a graduate of North Monterey County High, go Condors, and obtained her bachelor's degree in communications from the University of Pacific in Stockton. Her professional backgrounds include 36 years in public service and experience working as a human resources professional. Her career, though, began at the city of Salinas back in 1987, and then she joined the County of Monterey in 1999. She has held various human resources positions throughout her tenure with the County of Monterey. Prior to her appointment as the Director of Human Resources, she was the first female Latina to ever serve as the county's Equal Opportunity Officer under the administrative direction of the County Board of Supervisors to oversee and manage the Equal Opportunity Office. Irma has served as Director of Human Resources since July 2016, and in this capacity, she has spearheaded several major accomplishments, too many to mention here today. But she drove the Human Resources Department through the unprecedented times. During the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused massive disruptions in our lives, from social distancing and beyond. But despite the challenges, she quickly pivoted and adapted into the new reality while prioritizing the well-being and safety of all of our workforce. Irma's commitment to human resources as a human resources professional extends by serving on the board of the County Personnel Administrators Association of California in various capacities, including serving as its president this year. So she is the top leader out of all the people in her position in the state of California. Irma will be remembered by her staff and her colleagues for her dedication, her thoughtfulness, professionalism, and gracious leadership, and who has significantly contributed to the legacy of the Human Resources Department. And therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all of our employees and our residents, hereby acknowledges, commends, and thanks Irma Ramirez Bao for all her contributions and dedicated service to the County of Monterey. And the Board of Supervisors also hereby commends Irma for her 24 years of dedicated services to the County of Monterey, her tremendous leadership as a Director of the Human Resource Department, and for making the County of Monterey a better place to work and establish lifelong careers. We congratulate you on her well-deserved retirement with wishes of continued continued success, good health, and happiness. And from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say, Irma, when she became the Human Resources Director, really took it to another level. She brought in a lot of brilliant minds, a lot of dedicated folks in her department, but really gave them leadership opportunities. And because of that team, they have been able to take the HR department to a whole other level with more training, solving issues, dealing with a lot of backlogs on wage and comp studies. And we want our workers, when they come to work every day, to feel proud that they work for the County of Monterey and look forward to coming to work and being there with their colleagues. So on behalf of the board, Irma, we want to thank you for for your leadership, and I'll pass it to CAO.
Good afternoon, or good morning. It is with extreme pleasure that I also congratulate Irma on her retirement. I've only been here since January, but in that time, she has been extraordinary in trying to teach me everything there is about Monterey County very quickly. And truly, it is a gift that today she is also being honored with our folks that are braceros, but also our farm workers and many of us that really are represented through Irma and the accomplishments that she's done. I hope to carry the torch that you have started and to really make this county proud in all the work that we do and an example that you have set. So I too acknowledge the team that you have put together. They are extraordinary, and I consider it an honor to continue to work with all of you. Present here today is also our CAO, McGee, who worked with Irma quite a bit. And one of the greatest acknowledgements is just the ability to always find solutions to any problem that we showed up with. So I truly, truly thank you for your years of service and wish you all the very best in this retirement.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we present you with this resolution. Thank you very much for your dedicated service. We really appreciate it. Now we'd love to hear some words from you.
So thank you, supervisors. It's been such a pleasure to work with you, for you. Sonia, thank you so much. Charles, what can I say? You're an amazing CAO, great to work with. Also Lou Bauman, who's not here today, but he was the one who appointed me. Most importantly, I want to thank my family who's here today, my husband, my daughter Ashley, my son Mitchell, my brother Carlos, my brother Jerry, my brother Victor, my sister-in-law Karen, and my cousin Mari. I have so many other family members, but they have seen me work tirelessly for this county. I love this county. I am going to miss all of you, particularly my staff. You are my county family, and when I made the decision to say I'm going to retire, it's like, how do you say goodbye to your family? But I'm not going to say goodbye. I will say see you later, but I'm always here for you. I will always be here to support the CAO and other department heads. I see Eric Chatham, who, thanks to him, he helped the HR department build these wonderful systems. I see Lori Medina, the Director of Social Services, who's been side by side or solving solutions. Sue Chapman, I can't forget you, Elver and Public Defender, thank you. Chad, Dr. Harris, CEO of Natividad, and I see Susan Blitch. I see so many people out here. And I did get a text from Elsa Jimenez, our Director of Health, this morning saying that she's not able to join us. But I will miss all of you, and I'm only a phone call away, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your HR Director and to serve in the various different positions. God bless you all.
Irma, we love to call your family up, all your family, your brother. Yes, we could give her a standing ovation here. She deserves it. And we got a special musical tribute for Irma on behalf of her staff who made it possible. Want to take a photo? Get the board. Board, take a photo. Photo. This meeting is in recess. We'll be back at 1:30.
1:30, so we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
Okay, we'll go to the announcements of the Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de esta tarde. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We got a few items on this afternoon's agenda, so we're going to jump to agenda item number 23. This is to approve and authorize the treasurer tax collector or designee to execute an agreement between the County of Monterey and Smart Easy Pay or Easy Smart Pay program, which is for the public who doesn't know, it's a program that allows local property taxpayers to pay their tax payments in monthly increments. We'll pass that back to you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here before you today to request your approval for a new payment option that will soon be available for Monterey County taxpayers. Back in the spring, I came before you to respond to a referral request from your board to consider implementing a program named Easy Smart Pay, or ESP. Just a quick reminder, it is a program that will allow taxpayers to pay their real property taxes in monthly installments. At that time, I discussed how I'd been working on bringing this program to the county, but there were several obstacles I needed to resolve prior to onboarding the vendor. I'm here today to let you know I've resolved those issues and we're ready to move forward. So let me step back a little bit and provide you some background for those that may not have been with us when I was here back in February. Real property taxes are assessed on an annual basis, and tax bills are mailed in late September or early October. Payments can be made in a maximum of 2 installments, one in December and one in April. My office has the ability to take payments, cash, check, e-check, credit card, debit card, but unfortunately, we can only take 2 installments. And while many taxpayers have monthly impound accounts that they use to pay with their mortgage, many do not and would enjoy making smaller monthly payments for property taxes. That's where ESP comes in. Now, ESP is a product of a private corporation started by the CSAC Finance Corp, or the California State Association of Counties Finance Corp, we'll call it Finance Corp for short, to help our constituents that would like to make monthly tax payments and to help them do that. So last time I spoke regarding the product, I was concerned about several critical issues that I needed to address, and I'm happy to report that as I predicted, everything is worked out and we're ready to move forward. One of the issues I was concerned about was staffing, and while we don't have full staffing in my tax division, I do have employees that are trained at this time and ready to implement this new program. Also, I have personally worked with Alan Fernandez of ESP, or the Finance Corp, and we have before you today a final contract for services, which in turn specifies a statement of work that includes the required county insurance provisions, exclusive of standard auto and royalty language. With all these matters appropriately addressed, and by daylighting this contract and having your board consider its approval, I believe the concerns I had bringing this forward that specifically related to my position as a board member with the CSAC Finance Corporation have been addressed. So as I stated back in February, my goal is to provide taxpayers with options to make tax payments in a way that makes sense for them and works for them. And a program such as ESP that can make easier work of paying taxes, it's a service I'm happy to offer if it works for somebody. Supervisor Alejo, I specifically want to thank you for your dedication and passion with this program and wanting to make sure that our constituents in Monterey County are offered this service. So this concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions, and I believe Alan Fernandez is also on Zoom and available to answer any specific questions you might have of the product. Thank you.
Thank you to our tax collector, treasurer, Mary Zeeb, and thank you for you and all your team who have been working on this for several months now, culminating in this day and now being able to take action on it. So I want to thank you for your leadership on this, and I do want to call on Alan Fernandez. If he wants to add any more, maybe just tell the board and the public how many counties are now participating in Easy Smart Pay.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors Alan Fernandez at CSAC Finance and ESP, happy to join you virtually. I don't have anything to add to Ms. Zeeb's summary. She, as always, does a very thorough and complete job of explaining all of the details. I'm happy to say we're excited to have Monterey become the 27th county in the state. Also today on the Board of Supervisors agenda in Los Angeles County was a motion to start the process in Los Angeles as well, much like what your effort in the spring was like, is occurring there and beyond. So happy to welcome you as part of this platform. We think in the long term, we're going to really offer some great benefits to taxpayers, not only along the flexibility that Ms. Zeeb mentioned, but overall with respect to pricing of processing payments and the like. So we're really excited about the program. We're ecstatic to add Monterey County. I want to thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for your leadership within the CSAC organization, and you as well, Mary Zeeb, who's always been a great partner for us in all of our products. But that's all I had to say, and I'm here for any questions.
Alan, one more question for the public, because this was going to be originally on our consent agenda, but I thought since this is a lot of work has been done to get to this program, I thought it was important for the public to get an opportunity to hear more about it. Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Zeeb, property tax you get two big payments per year, right?
Correct.
Two large payments. And so this now allows property taxpayers to now make it in smaller increments on a monthly perhaps basis. And if you could just explain what would be the fees? It's a small amount, but it's important to know if they're going to utilize this, how much would they be paying to make monthly payments rather than two balloon payments a year?
Yeah. Do you want me to handle that, or?
Absolutely.
Was that, I didn't, sorry. Yeah, the fees are, it's 1.99%, which for credit card processing, it's actually cheaper than most other options. But that fee also applies to the ACH. But given the fact that we are now experiencing many counties onboarding and expanding the platform, we're hopeful, and we believe it likely to be the case that rate will continually go down as far as we can possibly have it do so. So yeah, the fees right now are 1.99%, which is, like I said, very competitive, if not the lowest as it relates to credit card processing. But we do have some work to do on that ACH e-check side of the ledger, which we're committed to doing. And I think it will be an issue of discussion should we onboard, a large county like Los Angeles and several others. And I envision those fees only going down. But that is what the fees are at the moment. But there are no fees to the county to offer this service to the taxpayer. So it's an additional level of service in the fact that they are able to kind of set it and forget it, their property tax bill at no fee to the county. And that fee is pretty competitive as it relates to the general transaction fee that taxpayers sometimes encounter when paying their property tax.
Perfect. Thank you for answering my questions. I want to open this up to other colleagues. Any Supervisor Church?
Just follow up a little bit on Supervisor Alejo's question there too. And I'm glad to hear that the fees are likely to be going down, because I'm very supportive of this program, but I know the people who are going to want to use this are going to be the people who are having some financial difficulties. So even though it's a small fee, we're not paying it for the county, we're good, but for those folks that are utilizing it, we don't want that fee to be very high. And so I'm hoping the trend does head down and that it can be, something can be even more affordable for them. I guess my real question onto it is, of the 26 counties that have been doing this previously, what percentage of their tax revenues, property tax revenues, are really being paid this way as opposed to the traditional two payments a year?
Well, like statewide average is about 2/3 of the roll are paid twice a year. I don't know what Monterey County's statistics are specifically, and I know Mary's office will have that information available. But historically, or statewide speaking, the average is about 2/3 of the roll is paid those 2 annual, and the other third of the roll is covered via impound account.
Yeah, I guess my question was, for those counties that have employed this monthly payment, what percentage in those counties is being utilized that way and not by the 2 payments a year?
Are you asking what those counties are currently processing, or what percentage is ESP as part of that?
Yes.
Okay, so two things. So we only represent less than about 1% or less than 1% of the total roll in a county that we would onboard. So it's a very, very small population of people who want to avail themselves of this benefit. Part of that, though, Supervisor, if I could, it is in part because it's a new offering that they don't otherwise have. There has been interest over the years to require counties to accept that partial payment to avail themselves, and this project, this platform enables a county to do so inexpensively. But yeah, it's less than 1% of the total roll that are currently availing themselves of the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions on this? Seeing none, Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, I just thank you for my colleagues' comments about the cost for users, which is, my concern as when we pay our property taxes, I like to hold on to our money. So we put it in a little savings account every month so that it sits in our bank account. And I think that, in many situations, this could be very beneficial for folks. So I think it's a great option to offer. I do want to make sure that we're really clear about the fees that are charged. I think this also, we have some changes potentially being considered by Monterey One Water to make some changes to how those fees are assessed to property taxes. So for folks who really need there to be a monthly payment, this could be beneficial to all of these pieces kind of lining up. So just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you for the work, Mary.
Any questions from the public on this item? I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online on this item? Okay, we'll bring this back. If I can make a motion to approve item number 23, parts A, B, and C as recommended by staff.
She'll make that motion to approve the item 23 as recommended by
Then
staff.
I'll be the second on there. All right.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were doing it, or I'll let you do it. I'll second
No.
it. How's that?
You got it. I got
the
the
record
second.
that way.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you,
Thank you.
Treasurer Tax Collector Zeeb. Okay, going to item number 24 now. This is a public hearing to consider granting the appeal of Patrick Whistler from the Planning Commission's denial of a coastal development permit to allow transit use of a property for remuneration as a similar use to a bed and breakfast facility. Today to present on this is Fiona Jensen, our senior planner, and Craig Spencer.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Fiona Jensen presenting the Whistler application, HCD planning file number PLN 210353. The property is located at 47 Highway 1, Carmel, within the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. The property is zoned low-density residential, 1 unit per acre, design control overlay within the coastal zone. The property, which contains 3 single-family dwellings, has been operating as an unpermitted short-term rental. According to the applicant, the use has occurred for over 35 years, and they have been paying the transient occupancy tax since the county's requirement. The applicant requests approval of a coastal development permit to permit the existing short-term rental use. Although there is no certified short-term rental ordinance in the coastal zone, the underlying zoning district allows for the establishment of bed and breakfast facilities and other residential uses of a similar character, density, and intensity, subject to the granting of a coastal development permit. Therefore, the proposed transient use of a residential property for remuneration is being requested as a similar use to a bed and breakfast. Processing of this permit is consistent with the memorandum prepared by the Resource Management Agency, the predecessor to Housing and Community Development, which explains that permits for short-term rentals in the coastal zone can be considered with a coastal development permit as a use similar to a bed and breakfast. On May 10th, 2023, the Monterey County Planning Commission considered the proposed coastal development permit and made a motion of intent to deny the project due to inconsistencies with Monterey County Code. Through adoption of Resolution Number 23019, the Planning Commission found that the proposal was inconsistent with the bed and breakfast regulations, which require the owner to manage and occupy the facility. Additionally, the Planning Commission found that the proposal is a non-residential use. The applicant contends that the Planning Commission's finding that the project does not have a similar character to a bed and breakfast facility because the property owner does not reside on site is not supported by evidence. Additionally, the applicant contends that county has not received any complaints made by members of the public because of the local family management and the rural setting of the property. The Carmel Area Land Use Plan encourages use of existing structures for visitor-serving accommodations. Accordingly, the proposed project consists of 3 existing single-family dwellings being utilized for visitor-serving purposes. Strict application of the bed and breakfast facility regulations is not required in this case because the project does not propose a bed and breakfast. Consistent with the B&B regulations, the proposed use does not include more than 10 guest rooms, is not affiliated with a local hotel or motel, is limited to a maximum stay of 29 days, provides 1 parking per guest room, is required to pay the transient occupancy tax, and contains cooking facilities which comply with state and local code. However, the proposed use does not require the property owner to permanently reside on site, as the nearby owner resides at a property at 57 Riley Ranch Road, approximately 1 mile south. The local property manager will greet guests upon commencement and conclusion of each rental contract, conduct daily site visits, and respond to guest concerns. Given that there is no residential neighbors within a quarter mile of the property, the potential for neighborly concerns to be raised is minimized. Staff has researched HCD planning and building records and found no evidence of a filed complaint. Additionally, there's no evidence in the record that indicates that the proposed off-site manager will not provide adequate management of the proposed use. Staff has applied condition number 5, which is a 3-year expiration, and which will ensure that there is ongoing adequate review of the proposed short-term rental. The project was referred to the Carmel Highlands Land Use Advisory Committee for review on March 6, 2023. The LUIC voted 5-0 to support the project as proposed. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors grant the appeal of Pat Whistler concerning the June 28, 2023 Planning Commission hearing, find the project categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, and approve a coastal development permit to allow a short-term rental as a similar use to a bed and breakfast facility. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, let's open this up for questions. Looking at my colleagues, I don't see any. Let's go to Supervisor Church first.
One question, and this is really on the short-term rental, which I know this is coming up for review. Is it still planned for this year?
It is planned to have an EIR released, and we plan to begin the public hearing process this year. I don't know that it will be approved finally this year. I don't think it will, but we're doing our best.
We're thinking maybe into spring of next year when this might be coming towards a final resolution?
Early next year, yes.
Okay, thanks.
We keep asking that same question for some time now, and good answer, as best we can do it, right? Supervisor Adams, anything on this?
I do have some concerns. I don't know if we're going to have public comment. Maybe I'll wait and voice my concerns after we have public comment.
Okay, we're on item number 24. This is a public hearing on considering granting the appeal of Patrick Whistler from a decision from the from the Planning Commission regarding their property to be used as a similar use as a bed and breakfast facility. This is time for the public to weigh in. If anybody in chambers wants to speak, this is the time to come forward to the podium. I don't see anybody. Let's go to those on Zoom. No one. Is the appellant here?
Yes.
Does the appellant want to make any comments? Mr. Whistler. This is your appeal, so we definitely want to hear from you.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. Patrick Whistler. I'm here with my brother, Mark Whistler. And we're here today to attempt to formally permit an existing use that has been in place since approximately 1985. And we're proposing no changes to that use that we've had ongoing since that time. My brother Mark and I are the fourth generation of the family to be managing this property. Our great-grandfather, A.M. Allen, purchased the property from the Portuguese whaler Joseph Victorino in 1904 for $10 in gold coin. So property value has gone up since then, but it was then part of his estate along with Point Lobos. And a lot of things have changed since that time, but my brother Mark still lives across from Point Lobos on part of the original family estate. In 1985, my parents renovated the properties, and at that time, we started renting them as vacation rentals with short-term stays available. We've attempted to get as much background as we can on that history. Unfortunately, back in the 80s, we were not using very many computers, so electronic records are hard to find. But we've come up with the paperwork that we could, and we've been paying the TOT tax since the county initiated that process. Sometime in the late 1990s is when that first started. That was even kind of before our current management. So. We don't, again, have, complete records dating back to that initial time. We feel our track record demonstrates a level of management similar to and consistent with a owner-manager living at the property as outlined in the B&B guidelines. And being that this is a or similar use permit is a discretionary permit based on individual merits of each application. We do not feel we're opening the floodgates for the vacation rental onslaught, so that we feel there's very few, if any, properties that could demonstrate, the history without complaints that we have, as well as, not having any private neighbors. So it's for these reasons that we are requesting the county formally grant permission to continue to operate as we have for 35 years. Any
Thank you
questions?
for your comments, sir. Any questions from the appellant?
Excuse me, yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I have some concerns that differ from some of the things that you feel. Because to me, comparing a short-term rental to a bed and breakfast doesn't fill all of the slots. I agree with the Planning Commission's interpretation that the low-density residential zoning is not consistent to an Airbnb, since those are actually for visitor-serving use rather than just residential. But a couple of things specifically that I'm concerned about is the requirement that the owner live on site. So obviously, one question would be, are you going to move? Is the owner going to move on site? The other thing that concerns me is that if we start looking at a short-term rental as a bed and breakfast, then we're going to have to follow all of the rules. And if you have more than 5 beds that are going to be done, are going to be rented out, then it would have to become ADA compliant, which is a whole different kettle of fish. I feel like there are probably other rules that I'm unaware of that a bed and breakfast would have operating under a coastal development permit. But all of those rules would need to apply, it seems to me, for a real, if you want to call it a B&B. We're totally, as we heard from Craig, that we are working on updating the short-term rental ordinance to address a lot of the ongoing concerns over short-term rentals. And I just feel like it's inappropriate for us to make an exception, which this would be for you before the ordinance is complete, especially since it means that you would be operating potentially for 3 years out of compliance with the new ordinance. But what's really difficult about this is that obviously you are a good player. You've been paying your TOT. I know the location. I completely agree. But what I really worry about is that if we do this, if we give you a coastal development permit, I think every short-term rental, in the county is going to come forward and ask for the same exception. And we would have to certainly consider allowing that. I just am in a real conundrum with this. I feel like it's opening Pandora's box to an already out of control short-term rental market. And who is to say that the next person, I know you guys aren't going to sell the land or anything like that, but thank goodness you are good stewards of the land. But it could be a very different circumstance. So what I'm having trouble with is giving an exception here, knowing we would have to have that as part of any kind of discussion for the next person that comes up, who could be one of the people that we're having so much difficulty with as far as short-term rentals. So I feel like we need to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and, wait until the ordinance is complete and apply at that point. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, we'll go to our other colleagues. Supervisor Lopez, and I'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Just a quick question to the. Yeah. What is when the statement was put up with the TOT, it looked like 40 a quarter. Is that about what you're paying in TOT right now?
Excuse me, what the amount is?
Yeah, what do you pay annually for TOT?
Well, it's based on 10.5% of the revenue, but it's in the neighborhood of about $20,000.
A year?
Yeah, we've paid over $100,000 since the 90s, I'm sure. I mean, 200,000, probably close to 300,000. So, is it okay to make a comment, further comment?
Only in addressing questions at this point. Let's go to Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. When the Planning Commission made their recommendation for denial, were they considering or had they factored in the option of a 3-year limit on the permit? Like because I know our ordinance talks about in perpetuity once you get the permit, but did they specifically have the option of a 3-year limit and they still recommended denial?
At the Planning Commission hearing, staff did recommend a 7-year expiration, given the length of time that the operation has occurred. But that condition has been revised for this hearing to 3 years, which is consistent with application of a 3-year expiration to other short-term rental applications.
Okay. And do we know, if you could explain, if this board were to deny the appeal today and uphold the Planning Commission's decision, would the issue be complete, or would the applicant have some other avenue to appeal again?
Yeah, I mean, the board has the final say, and if the project is denied, it is not appealable to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you.
But it is appealable in court.
Yes.
Got it. Those were my questions. I'll engage my colleagues.
Okay, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, my concern on this is when we had short-term rentals come before the board, the issue that was brought up that people were most disturbed about was when the owner isn't living on site. I think it became clear if there's an on-site owner, they felt there was more control, and I understand you're fairly close, but it's still a mile away. You don't know quite what's going on. So I'm hesitant to agree to something like that while we're still working, we're getting the final stages, I hope, of working this out with a short-term rental. And this would be making an exception. I feel it's making an exception because if similar use is a little bit vague, even though I know that phrase is used inside there in terms of residential uses. This isn't entirely a residential use. So I don't think I can support at this point, but I'm not saying that this is something that wouldn't be doable in the future either. But I do think we really need to get things lined up on our short-term rentals. So we have a coherent plan and not just a hodgepodge of different pieces. And that's where I'm kind of at, even though I understand you've been doing this for a long time and you haven't had any complaints. I believe this opens up a door for maybe places that there have been some problems, and I just don't know where we draw the line.
Yeah, I would just say to that, we've been waiting since the 90s for a permit process to become available. And this is not perfect, what we have for you today, but it's what we have available. And so we're kind of desperate at this point to become legitimate and get rid of this cloud over our heads that we've been living with for years. And so I think with the 3-year, we would love to have it more like the original 7, but with the 3-year review period, I think that provides the opportunity for planning staff to make sure that everything's in compliance with current standards for the new ordinance or at least similar to it. And hopefully by then we'll have it, but who knows when we'll have it.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. To my questions, I just have a couple comments. And I want to acknowledge my colleague Supervisor Adams' concerns and comments, given this is a District 5 location. I also think that we've given very clear direction to our staff that we want to get this short-term rental ordinance done so that we can have clarity for the community, we can have clarity for our staff. Until we get that done, we have given direction to continue utilizing, to both our staff and the public, to continue utilizing the existing Airbnb ordinance. It's literally the only thing we have available for people to follow some sort of legal process. While I appreciate the issues that were raised by the Planning Commission, I think that in this case, with all of the information that's in front of us, the long history of use, the fact that there have been no complaints, the fact that we can do a 3-year permit, which should allow us time to get our ordinance done, and that at that point we would have a very clear process for people to follow for something that's not a 1970s Airbnb ordinance. I'm inclined to support moving forward with the 3-year limitation so that we can give a family a chance to become legitimate, have there be rules associated with what's happening. That's what I think we've been trying to tell everyone. We want everyone to follow the rules and follow the process, and yet we don't have a clear process. So we have a family who's attempting to follow the rules as they exist currently. We haven't had any problems. We're not hearing any complaints. And the unique aspects of this particular situation and request for approval of a permit, I think it satisfies my concerns. So, with respect to my colleague in District 5, I'm inclined to be supportive of the staff recommendation that's before us today, and want to also just again to staff, we've got to figure out how to get this short-term rental process finalized so that people can have a clear process and we can all be on the same page.
Great. Then we'll go to Supervisor Adams, then we'll work on this way.
Thank you. I have a question for staff then. What is to keep other people who are not in the same circumstances Mr. Whistler is from looking at what this board may decide today and coming after the same exact circumstance when they are not following the rules as described?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Everyone would go through a coastal development permit process in this case, and whether or not one decision sets a precedent has always been a question. And I think Supervisor Askew did kind of acknowledge that there are unique circumstances to every project, including this particular site and its location. And so each application is considered on its own merits, and a different decision could be made on a different application based on the facts and circumstances of that case. So there is an opportunity for people to apply for permits and go through the process. The outcome is not guaranteed in a discretionary permit process.
And then can you help me rectify the ADA compliance? Because if we're calling it a B&B, not an Air, if we're calling it a bed and breakfast, and the rule applies to bed and breakfast that they must be ADA compliant if they have 5 beds or more.
Yeah, there are 3 separate dwellings on this property.
So it's 3 bed and breakfasts?
Well, it's three residential structures right now proposed to be used for short-term rental, and cumulatively, I think there are more than 5 bedrooms, but each individual structure has less than 5 bedrooms. So I don't think that there is a requirement, although I'll have to verify that with our building and fire compliance staff.
And then is the TOT structure such that each individual house is having to pay its own 10%, the amount that's paid is an aggregate or individual?
Yeah, I think the operation plan that was submitted by the applicant gives them the flexibility to rent all 3 units at the same time or individually. So the rental contract amounts, I think, that dictate how much is paid in TOT. So each contract essentially would be subject to the TOT tax. I don't know if I answered that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just at this point, I can quite literally say that this project has been doing what you're proposing as long as I've been alive. I was born in '85, so understanding that piece, I agree with much of Supervisor Askey's comments, especially about the unique nature of your particular instance, given the history and given the fact that there's not a crowd of folks here screaming at us, telling us it's a horrible idea, given that impact piece. The rules that we're under today are the ones that we have to operate under. And I appreciate the concerns about, well, things may change down the road, but given that, we would be stuck in inaction forever. And as long as I've been with the county 15 going on 16 years, if we treated it that way, I mean, we've seen general plans go 4 years late. We've seen some incredible things happen. And I'm personally not the most confident that we're going to address our short-term rental thing in the next go-round. Given our history, I know it's not a guarantee. And I don't want to hang up somebody who's doing their part, who's contributing, who's doing the right thing, paying the TOT, and helping Monterey County make memories with families who want to come back and spend more time and money in our community. And so given all those facts and the fact that you've gone through the legal process that we've set out for you to get to this point, I understand there's one outstanding piece, but a mile away, and really understanding where this project sits in that particular coastline, you've probably considered one of the nearest neighbors. That, to me, gives me comfort knowing that if there was an issue, you would respond, as long as there's cell phone coverage. Again, one of the other challenges for the coast, we get that. But today, given the facts laid out before us, that this is the process that we're allowed to make decisions under, I'm comfortable moving forward and also voting in favor of the appeal today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just say, sir, I'm looking at your project very differently than I think I would see other STRs, and I would say the same. We've been pushing for the rental. I know our staff have been working. It's a very controversial issue, and we look forward to seeing that next year. But in the meantime, on your appeal before us, the unique history of this property makes me look at it very differently, and the fact that you've been a good actor. So I'm going to agree with my colleague Supervisor Lopez and ask you and allowing this project to move forward today. Supervisor Church?
Just 2 follow-up questions. In 1985, when this was started, the zoning laws at that point did not have a path for this kind of use?
No, they did not. There was nothing in our zoning code, which is actually substantially the same today as it was at that point. But it didn't have anything addressing short-term rentals at that time.
And The zoning code now, though, if there was live on, that would be a use permit that could be allowed, correct? Is that the way I read the zoning?
The bed and breakfast regulations the zoning code set up so that there's uses allowed listed in each zoning district. One of the uses allowed in the low-density residential zoning district, which is the district where this property is located, is a bed and breakfast facility subject to the special regulations of a bed and breakfast facility. The other use that we're pointing to is other uses of a residential character similar to those uses listed in that same section. So we're saying the uses listed allow bed and breakfast, the short-term rental similar to a bed and breakfast. So with a coastal development permit, we can consider a short-term rental application. If we were to apply the bed and breakfast facility special regulations, there is a provision there that does require an occupancy of the bed and breakfast to operate and prepare meals.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I
yes.
could, the one piece that I forgot to address as we move into the action stage is, personally, I don't know that 3 years is enough. I know that that's where Supervisor Askey was comfortable. I'm comfortable at 7, but if we could split the difference at 5, given the
I'm
unknown
pushing
nature.
for 1, truthfully.
Well, so I've heard comfort at 3. I've been at 7. I'd be comfortable at 5, and just trying to move us forward here.
Yeah, I think 3 is what has been used in other similar cases, and I would be comfortable with 3. I think it is important that we have a fair and transparent process, that everyone understands what we're doing. I would hope that within 3 years, we have our ordinance completed so that everyone can, come into line. I think 3 years also allows us to make sure, we continue with the path of no complaints. Just give until we have some clarity around what's happening. I really appreciate having people be in compliance, and thank you for going through the significant cost and work to become compliant with the processes that exist, the procedure that currently is in place. I would prefer that we keep it at 3. Thank you.
Okay, so since there's no comments about 5, I'm good with 3. I think just to have that check, looking back on how these functions and have a dual review allows the property owners to know, hey, they've got to be at their best in managing these properties. Otherwise, there could be issues raised when this comes back for renewal in the future. So do you want to make a pass at making the motion here, Supervisor Lopez?
So I'll move staff recommendation granting the appeal with a 3-year, as was noted, to have support.
Is there a second?
And I'll second that for all 5, what were they called, considerations that were added.
Yeah.
All right. You need anything more in the motion? We're good? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
No.
So the motion carries 3-2. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, keeping with our same crew up here in front, now we're going to item number 25. This is the Morgan Rath Blaze Engineering item on the agenda.
You're going to continue this.
Oh, we're continuing this one?
What is this? This is the item that was to be continued, right? Number 25?
Okay, I didn't get that on my agenda here.
I was unaware of that as well. Could you just explain?
Language that needs to happen, though.
Okay, let's go to staff. This is for the public watching from home. This is item 25. This was going to be a public hearing to consider denial of the appeals of Matt and Carol Donaldson and the Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club from the Planning Commission's approval of an amendment to a previously approved combined development permit to Morgan Rath Blaze Engineering. So I'll pass it to you.
Good afternoon again, members of the board. Staff presenting the appeal and project before you, but at this time, staff is recommending that the board continue this hearing to September 19th to allow staff to correct the agenda title for this item to ensure that there is a proper due process.
Okay, so for technical reasons, we need to postpone this a week, so this will be up next week for those. I know we were getting a lot of correspondence, a lot of neighbors either for it or against it, so we will perhaps consider tabling this for today and bringing it up next week.
Could we get a formal motion to
Yes, we will.
continue, please?
Do we need any public comments on the postponement of this item at this time?
I'd like to just simply
Yes.
ask the question of how
Yes.
was it not noticed appropriately?
Yeah, we had, in the agenda, it describes the board considering denying the appeal, which actually should just be consider the appeal. And that was brought to our attention before today, after the agenda was published. So we would like the opportunity to clean that up and come back next week.
Thank you.
Seems like an important point to clean up.
I'll move continuation of the item to September 19th.
Second.
Okay. Let me just do any public comments on the motion to just postpone this item to next week. Nobody in chambers, anybody online? Okay, so we'll invite the public to join us next week on this item. Okay, with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the motion to push this off next week is approved, 5-0. Thank you. Oh, I was going to take a lot of our afternoon. Now you freed us up. We'll see you. Yep, see you next week. Okay, going to, there's no other board matter, so we'll go to CAO, comments by Sonia De La Rosa.
Just a couple items to touch on. On August 30th, we did have a Pajaro Recovery Community Meeting, and it was well attended by the community. We also had key individuals from departments present and receiving information from the community of changes that they'd like to see going forward, and then some input related to the $20 million that's available coming from the state. The other piece is I was able to tour Joby Aviation last week, and that is the electric aircraft site that we are working with just in terms of from our economic development perspective. And so I had an opportunity to go out there and just look at the technology and was very impressed with what we have here in our county based out of Marina. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, CAO De La Rosa, for those comments. Any public comments from the public on the report our CAO just gave? Seeing none in chambers, none online, then we'll move on to our next item. There are no new referrals this week, so we'll go to our next item on referral responses. So this is item number 28, to consider an updated preliminary analysis report response on the referral on collaboration between the County of Monterey and the City of Salinas on a pilot crisis response program. And to give us this report, we have Melanie Rhodes, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health, and John Drake, Assistant Bureau Chief. And I know some of our council members, I think Orlando or Sonia, are watching from home as well.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, Melanie Rhodes, Deputy Director. Back, please. With Monterey County Behavioral Health. With me today is John Drake, our Assistant Bureau Chief. And we are happy to be back to report on the collaborative efforts between behavioral health and the City of Salinas, exploring a joint model crisis response program for the city specifically. I do want to acknowledge that City Manager was here a little bit earlier and had to leave, but we do have a representative from the city with us today in support. I believe Rod Powell is here from the city to represent the City Manager. So since we last were here about 3 months ago, conversations between the city and the county have increased. We've also invited additional county partners into the conversation, specifically the Emergency Communications Department and also the local EMS. The city has also been exploring other options, programs that have been operating elsewhere, and just considering all options for the city. Some barriers have been identified. to implementing a co-responder model that partners behavioral health clinicians with City of Salinas paramedic units, specifically related to state and local EMS regulations that would make it a little bit challenging for a team, a joint team with that model to operate effectively and efficiently within the city. Also, there are limited dispatching resources with our local dispatch center serving 24 agencies and not just being one agency specific dispatch center also can create some challenges, as well as operating a team like this would require dispatchers to have different sorts of questions, triaging, and training, as well as decision trees in place to know how to properly route calls for service. Additionally, here locally, we have medical calls being triaged by AMR, the local EMS exclusive operating area ambulance provider, which adds an additional layer of complexity. Other challenges include Assembly Bill 988 and certain provisions of that, which are really working over the next several years to look at integrating the 988 and the 911 system, as well as workforce shortage challenges have been identified as being experienced by all involved parties. So despite all of that, I do want to say that I do believe we have a viable path forward to expand services and to make this happen. However, before I go into that, if I can just take a step back for a minute and just provide some clarification, because it has come up in our conversations with the city as well as other partners that there at times can be confusion about social work and the role of social workers. National Association for Social Workers really outlined different specialties within the field. And so social workers are found in every facet of our community life. And there are specialties, medical social work, school social work, and mental health and clinical social work is a specialty within that. And so for mental health specialty in social work, there's a different level of training to assess, diagnose, treat mental health and substance use related disorders. So much in line where medical professionals or MDs may have some generalist training, not every MD is a heart surgeon, for example. So the same is true with social work. There's all sorts of different types of social workers operating in our county. So with that, I wanted to just quickly outline what is currently available in our community that kind of falls in line with community response. So when we're looking at what's available as connections to treatment, connections to ongoing care for folks with behavioral health issues, and by that I mean mental health and substance use concerns, we do have our existing behavioral health mobile crisis services, which are staffed by licensed and licensed eligible clinicians. We also have our Seneca Children and Youth Mobile Response program, which is also staffed by licensed and licensed eligible clinicians and family partners, and also operates as our local connection for the Family Urgent Response System. Additionally, we have our Sobering Center, which is operated by our contracted provider, Sun Street Center, and is staffed with recovery specialists and medical assistant. And we are fortunate in this community to also have a community social work program operating in the city of Seaside, which is really focused on family and community support, and so providing that support specifically to the city. So it's a little bit different. It's more a community social work model as opposed to a crisis response model that's designed to connect people to ongoing care for mental health and substance use related issues. However, there's plenty of work for all of us. So moving forward to some of the solutions that behavioral health has come up with, because just as a reminder, we have our state mandate to get a system in place where we can bring 24/7 mobile crisis response services to our county by the end of the year. So what we've been working on in order to meet those state mandates is we are working on 2 contracts, specifically first with Sierra Mental Wellness Group to provide 24/7 mobile crisis dispatch, as well as 24/7 mobile crisis in-person field response countywide. The second contract we are working very quickly on is amending our current contract with the Family Service Agency of the Central Coast Suicide Prevention Service, who is the established 988 provider for the Tri-County area of Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties, to contract with them, to add to our contract with them, to answer the calls for our behavioral health public-facing community crisis line 24/7. This is in their wheelhouse. This is what they do. They have experience and expertise in this area, and so we want to tap into that to help build out our system. So to give you a visual of what this might look like, we have the flow chart here before you. So a call comes in from the community to the community crisis warm line. And then at that point, a worker on the other end of the phone would be able to talk to them to try and resolve the issue, stabilize over the phone. If they're not able to do that, then there would be a determination that an in-person mobile crisis field response might be needed. But as we're making that determination, there would be a decision tree there about, are there immediate safety issues with which warrant law enforcement response out? Are there weapons involved or other safety concerns? And then if so, then the call taker would be able to send that over to the Emergency Communications Department 911 to initiate law enforcement, and then law enforcement could also request mobile crisis if they would like to respond out to that. If there are not those immediate safety issues that would require law enforcement response, then the call taker could determine, is this appropriate for Seneca Children and Youth mobile response? Is that in their area of expertise? If so, route the call that way. If not, route it to our Sierra Mental Wellness Group mobile crisis dispatch, which then would be able to send out a team, either our existing county mobile crisis units or their own staff, which are going to be augmenting the services that we're already providing. So what we would be really ending up with is a layered approach to mobile crisis response in our community. So where we're at right now in terms of our timeline and next steps is we're working really expeditiously to finalize contracts with Sierra Mental Wellness Group and Family Services Agency of the Central Coast in order to complete the required Medi-Cal Mobile Crisis Services Benefit Implementation Plan and submit that to the Department of Healthcare Services by the October 31st deadline. And then also look to collaborate both with Sierra Mental Wellness Group and Family Service Agency to develop all those workflows to be able to meet the go-live deadline of December 31st. So back to our pilot with the city and our recommendations. Because we already have all of these things in motion that we're already working on to bring this service, this important needed service to our county, it would be easy for us to add into that a pilot, to add into that services that can meet the needs for the pilot with the city of Salinas. So our recommendation would be for the city to contract with behavioral health to provide that 2-person team specifically for this pilot project. And then we would in turn add that to the contract that we are developing with Sierra Mental Wellness Group, and then oversee the provision of those services along with the rest of the services. So we truly have an integrated model of mobile crisis response in our county that can connect people to ongoing care, not just respond to the issue of the moment, but really look to link them to ongoing mental health and substance use care and treatment in the community. So we would propose a phase 1 start of one team operating perhaps Monday through Friday for 8-hour shifts. And that way that would augment the other services that would be operating within our county. We have received a preliminary budget estimate from Sierra Mental Wellness Group saying that they can stand this up for $390,000 annually. And that would provide for that 2-person team with one on-call as a backup or a fill-in in case somebody called off sick or was on vacation, and also includes that layer of licensed clinical oversight, consultation, as well as administrative support for the team. And in our conversations with the city and the city manager, they have indicated that this pilot project is budgeted into their budget, and that the amount budgeted would be able to cover the cost for multiple years. The additional upside of developing a pilot within this model is it would enable us to also bill for services under the new Medi-Cal Mobile Crisis Services benefit, and being able to leverage that funding to offset the overall program costs. So, in closing, given all of the challenges and barriers that we outlined there at the beginning, we really feel that this is the most viable path forward in order to be able to stand up this services specifically for the city of Salinas in a reasonable time frame. And then again, partnering with us would be able to align with best practice standards, help leverage the Medi-Cal Mobile Crisis benefit, and ultimately connect individuals and families in crisis to care in the community. So our system would end up looking a little bit more like this with the layers. So we would have the Family Service Agency of the Central Coast answering the phones, coordinating with Sierra Mental Wellness, the countywide team. We would also have potentially a Sierra Mental Wellness City of Salinas specific team if we move forward with this, as well as the existing behavioral health mobile crisis services that we would continue and look to grow, to also leverage the new Medi-Cal mobile crisis funding that's available. And Seneca Mobile Response would also continue. So again, we would really have a layered system for mobile crisis response in the community to meet the needs. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes and Mr. Drake. Thank you for your hard work on this. I appreciate it. I did this on referral on this topic because obviously the city council was interested in collaborating in this area, in this space, with our behavioral health office. And they recognize the city doesn't have the experts in behavioral health as us, so they knew they needed to work with us. And we were planning to have a meeting with the council this month. It's been postponed until next month. But I think this is a good opportunity to before we have that joint meeting, to hear from our experts in behavioral health about what are the possibilities, what are the trends. And from talking to Councilmember Orsornio, I mean, the city council made a big commitment of putting $1 million for this, And these days, it's my sense that the public really likes seeing when local governments collaborate on addressing some of the greatest challenges of our time. Certainly when we're talking to people who are dealing with severe mental health issues and how our law enforcement responds to those crisis moments, it's been a real issue for us in Salinas. And certainly just a few years ago when I was serving in the assembly, this community was among the hardest hit on youth violence and then crime overall. And And so now when you have leadership in this city that are trying to bring up new strategies and build new partnerships, I know that's the community wants us to still continue to make progress to keep violence down and have a better way of responding to these incidents. So I really want to thank you, and I want to commend the council as well for their commitment. And I look forward to us having this discussion come next month. But in your conversations with the city, and from what I understand, the council, they were looking at particular models, right? They were looking at the STAR model, I think, out of Denver. They were looking at the Cahoots, I think, out of Oregon, or maybe I got it mixed up. But they were looking at certain models because they were evidence-based and had been in practice for numerous years and seemed to be having good results that I think even convinced Salinas Police Chief Roberto Felice to be open to using this, being able to use this model to not have to have his officers, which are short in supply, respond to every call, but some of these other calls that could be handled by this kind of a program might be something that worth exploring and implementing in the city of Salinas being the largest city in the Monterey Bay region. So if you could just give some background, the difference between choosing Sierra Mental Wellness for this kind of partnership with the city and looking at other models that they kind of seem to kind of look, they were looking more into those models, and I don't know what the difference would be between Sierra Mental Wellness.
Sure. So the Cahoots model and the STAR model, those are very different models. And Cahoots is out of Eugene, Oregon, and STAR is out of Denver. And I do believe that the city initially was looking at those models as well as the Santa Rosa model. I don't want to speak for the city. The city, can speak for themselves. And I know we have Mr. Powell here today. I don't know if he wants to weigh in on that. However, I do believe that they also recognize that there were differences in those programs, and specifically that they did not have an emergency communications department that responded to multiple agencies in that way. And so they didn't have the challenges that perhaps translating some of those models here would raise in terms of the capacity for that. And again, I would defer to Leanne with Emergency Communications to really weigh in on the capacity for her department. However, I do know that in terms of us, looking to partner, us meaning behavioral health, looking to partner with Sierra Mental Wellness Group, specifically, they are a nonprofit. They are operating in several other counties. I want to say 4 or 5 other counties, including our neighbor to the south, San Luis Obispo, and have been operating mobile crisis dispatch, mobile crisis in-person response in partnership and working side by side with behavioral health staff in those counties, and effectively serving the county that they're already operating in. They have a proven model that's been working in these other counties that we can adapt here to help us as behavioral health meet our mandate for 24/7 services for mobile crisis for the entire county by the end of the year. So that's what we're striving to do. And in terms of when conversations between the city and the county were really identifying more barriers to implementing a program here, county was offering up in terms of behavioral health. It's like we're already working on this. We could look at adding to what we're already doing for a city-specific pilot to help address some of the concerns, to bring additional resources and services to the city specifically in a faster time frame than what maybe some of the other challenges that they were identifying. It would take a while to get some resolution to those, especially considering some were related to state and local EMS guidelines. So we were trying to offer a solution and look at building on what we're already doing and incorporating that forward. I don't know if there's anything you would like to add?
Great. Thank you very much. Are there representatives from the city of Salinas here? That, if you want to, thank you for joining us for this presentation today.
Sure, good afternoon. Rod Powell, City of Salinas. I'm here on behalf of the city manager. First and foremost, we want to thank the county for the ongoing partnerships in all the areas that we could currently collaborate. This one in particular has been pretty robust the last recent several months. Everything that Melanie has shared with you today, we have thoroughly discussed. The city recognizes that this is an important endeavor for us to go on. We appreciate the ongoing partnership to refine and bring it and expand upon it, and that this emerging model is something that's very viable and that we can support. And with that, we have a tentative agreement to move forward with the budget. We look forward to bringing that back to you and as well as our council in the future for consideration and approval, and think that this would be the next model to move forward with and expand on.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thanks for being here. Okay, we'll take this to the board now. Other questions on this referral? I don't see any. Supervisor Askew.
This is a lot of progress has been made, and I just want to give a huge appreciation to the city of Salinas for being willing to step up and say we're going to put resources into ensuring that our residents have appropriate response when calls come in. I think in Seaside, we've seen the community really benefit from having social work embedded in the emergency response system. The one question that I did have, and I just say this, I had an opportunity to spend a day shadowing in the AMR ambulance service, and it was really incredible to me to see the way in which the paramedics, who are paramedics, really were present for the community in a very social work type of response. They had sandwiches that they passed out to folks. They, had someone needed to see their blood sugar checked. They were right there meeting community need in a very hands-on, very present way while they were in between calls, literally. So they were in between calls. Folks knew where they were. They would come to the truck, check in, say, oh, hey, I need a pair of socks, whatever the thing was. And I'm just wondering what the role of AMR could be in a model like this, and what conversations may already have happened, and how AMR would or could be kept in as an active partner in the conversations moving forward.
Sure, thank you for the question. We've been speaking with Teresa Rios from EMS around this, and our conversations with her really outlined some of the challenges that we would face in partnering with paramedic units or ambulance services, in that and she's way more of an expert in that than I am, so, but from my understanding that there are regulations in place that really restrict the places where ambulance providers or paramedic units can take people and drop people off, and the types of services that they can provide out in the field. So specifically, mobile crisis, we're trying to stabilize folks in the community, keep them in the least restrictive environment, link them to other community resources and support, not take them to a hospital emergency department. So if we're truly trying to divert folks from hospital emergency departments, unless they really need to go there, and that's what's needed, then, that's not necessarily lining up. While they do, I'm in agreement with what you're saying, and I also think that it would put limits on a partnership with them under existing regulations, from what I'm being advised on by our local EMS, in terms of the lack of flexibility that they have in terms of where they can take people. Because our goal would be, you identify somebody maybe with some needs, maybe we can help connect them to emergency shelter care or someplace else, but we would be prohibited from transporting somebody to help them make those connections to those other resources, because it wouldn't be an emergency department. So I hope that answers the question, but I agree that the conversation's worthwhile to continue having.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And maybe it would be, without presupposing what the purpose would be or what the partnership would look like, I think that there are probably, even if they, within the restrictions that exist, I think that there could be real benefit to just keeping them engaged in the conversation, so that they at the very least have the resources that would be available in community. and and if there are legislative changes that need to be made, that we can help communicate what those might look like proactively. I know everyone's trying to figure this out right now, and so there's going to be a lot of moving parts, but as we learn where the gaps are, I think this is an opportunity for us to communicate those back to our state legislatures so that they can help us help our community, and we can collectively be more efficient and effective at getting people the support and help that they need when and how they need it. So really, really excited about this program. And again, just want a huge appreciation to the city of Salinas. And the highlight, Supervisor Alejo, you highlighted how much more we can get done when the city and the county, or the cities and the city, or different jurisdictions are saying, let's figure out how to find the solution together. And I really appreciate that shared commitment as we do big, problematic, messy work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think the one piece we haven't talked about is the funding source. I know the city's put money in, but I'm assuming a true partnership also looks like us putting something in there to extend it. So I think when we get together, I'd love to have a conversation about sort of what we imagine that long-term horizon of a pilot project being, and how far in we're going in order to make sure that we reach that horizon, and how we're collecting the data to make sure that what we come away with is something that we can make future decisions based off of real statistics and numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Lopez. So yeah, the City of Salinas has dedicated these funds for this purpose, so we feel very confident in their commitment. For other mobile crisis services, those are already contained in our budget, our allocated budget. So we have the money for that as well. So we look forward to the partnership, and this will be coming back to your board. Today is just really the referral update, and when these two agreements are come back to the board, then we'll explain those funding sources fully.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Let's go to the members of the public on this update on this referral. I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online? Nobody? Okay. I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much, and we look forward to having a joint discussion with the City Council next month on this topic. Thank you for your work and the great progress.
Thank you.
All right, we got another referral to report on, and then we'll be wrapping up our meeting here pretty soon. This is on a referral on the safeguarding and maintaining historic buildings. This is a referral by Supervisor Adams, and to give a presentation, we have Craig Spencer with our Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll open up my presentation here. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I am providing a preliminary response to the referral 2023.17 from Supervisor Adams on safeguarding and maintaining historic resources in the unincorporated areas. The referral was submitted just prior to the August break at the end of July. And it requested that HCD consider an ordinance that would make it unlawful for any property owner to burn or structurally damage a listed historic resource, or cause to have burned or damaged a historic resource, and provide some enforcement options that would disincentivize folks from doing such a thing. On our current historic preservation regulations, Monterey County is a certified local government. That term is a program operated by the State Office of Historic Preservation. They ensure that we have a historic preservation ordinance and a historic resource review board that reviews various applications. So we do have those, and we do recognize that they need to be updated. Our current historic preservation ordinance is found in Chapter 18.25 of the Monterey County Code, And as it relates to historic preservation, it does require some review of applications for alterations to historic resources. Alterations, the definition of alteration in the Historic Preservation Ordinance does not include demolition through a building permit application. So there is a separate section of that code that says a property owner or applicant has to give a 180-day notice to the county and the Historic Resource Review Board if they do intend to demolish a historic resource. During that 180-day period, the Historic Resource Review Board is supposed to review some options for how they could move towards preserving that particular resource, including options for purchase or relocation, a number of things that they would go through. There are some provisions that say that the owner and occupant of a historic resource should keep in good repair their historic building. That is a statement that kind of exists on its own within our historic preservation regulations. And we do have a local register of historic resources, the Monterey County Register. Listing on that register is voluntary for all property owners. So only those who have requested to have their properties listed are on that list, and the board is the appropriate authority to add or delete properties from that list. They do so with a recommendation from the Historic Resource Review Board, usually. We have a number of, I'll just mention, we have a number of historic properties that are not on our register because the property owner has not requested it be added. And we also probably have some that we don't know about because we don't have a comprehensive survey of the entire county. We do have a 2010 general plan policy that requires the county HCD to update the historic preservation ordinance to maintain the tools necessary for preservation. And that effort is on our long-range work program for HCD. And one of the items we know we need to address in general plan implementation. In terms of enforcement, there are no specifics given in our historic preservation ordinance. We do have in the zoning ordinance general enforcement requirements that allow us to withhold permits for things other than correcting the violation when a violation exists on a property. That applies to the entire zoning code, which is the entire county essentially. And we have the general enforcement provisions in Chapter 1.20 of the county code, which allow us to impose fines and enforce our county code. In responding to this referral, we did do some research. There is a technical assistance publication from the State Office of Historic Preservation. That technical assistance publication recognizes that enforcement is an important component of a historic preservation ordinance. And provides some suggestions for what that might look like, including fines, the ability to pursue injunctive relief and compliance orders, forced reconstruction of demolished or damaged historic resources, or loss of further entitlements with things like withholding permits for a certain period of time, or limiting future development to only the floor area or some other mechanism that existed prior to the violation occurring. There are many different ways in which local governments approach this particular topic. Two examples were provided of local jurisdictions who actually do have some significant enforcement within their codes. City of Carmel by the Sea can impose a fine of up to $250,000 for demolition or destruction of a historic resource and impose either a limitation of no more than 75% of the existing floor area or a restriction on permits for 10 years. So it's both a fine and one of the other, either withholding permits or floor area. Pacific Grove similarly has the ability to pursue injunctive relief and to withhold permitting for up to 5 years and limit future development to the floor area. unless the property is restored, in which case they can avoid having those restrictions applied. In this conversation, I feel it's appropriate when the goal is to secure compliance and protect historic resources, rather than focus on punishing those who violate the ordinance, to provide incentives for historic preservation. The county does have several incentives built into our code, but they're not all in the historic preservation ordinance. So that does need to be cleaned up. But some of the most notable ones are our Mills Act program, which allows significant property tax reductions in exchange for people committing to preserve and maintain their historic properties. There is ability to apply zoning flexibility. Many historic buildings didn't comply with our current setback or height requirements, so we'd have the ability to make exceptions for those types of things. There are historic building code exceptions, and we do not charge a fee for the added review, which would be mostly the Historic Resource Review Board review of permits involving alterations to historic resources. So with that, we are here to provide the report, and would be happy to accept any direction the board has. We suggest that you allow us to continue working with the Historic Resource Review Board, which we've been doing, to develop the ordinance, to update the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and in doing so, we'll consider the guidance from the state and other examples from other jurisdictions. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Supervisor Adams. This is your referral, so.
Yeah, I don't have questions, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for looking into it like you have and the work that you and your team have put into it. I'm also pleased to see that the county has already incorporated some incentives for preserving historic buildings. I'm glad to see that the other local jurisdictions have some enforcements that they put in place, like Carmel by the Sea and Pacific Grove. So to give direction today, I would simply ask that you continue to update the ordinance and maintain the incentives. Maybe add in some enforcement such as fines and penalties, withholding permits, et cetera, just as you had indicated in your presentation. But beyond that, I just say thank you, and I'm pleased to know that you feel like we should continue to move forward with it as well. Thanks.
Great. And Mr. Spencer, thank you and your team for your work on this. It seems like there's a lot of possibilities to come up with something that will hopefully prevent people from damaging homes, historic homes, and then a way to have some accountability if that were to happen. In light of a recent unusual matter before us, it kind of spurred us all that we need something like this to hopefully prevent historic places from being lost and severely damaged. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just a question, Mr. Spencer, on the fees for us. Currently, it's at $1,000, and I'm just curious, do you know when that number was set? I mean, is that a number that's only been around a few years, or was that a number that's been with us since we first adopted that?
I think there are actually multiple dollar amounts set, but it's in chapter 1.20 of the county code, which is the general enforcement provisions for all of the county code. And a violation of the county code is a misdemeanor punishable by up to $1,000 or imprisonment by up to 6 months in general.
As you work on this, if you come back with a recommendation, I think my request is that if we are going to come up with a specific figure for a violation in this particular section, can we make sure to include a COLA or increase so we're not constantly having to revisit it, but so that it keeps up with modern dollars and we're not coming back 30 years from now saying, why is it only, 10 grand when at the time 10 grand will feel like $250? So just looking for some sort of long-term vision on that piece. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Yes, thank you for doing this this work. As Supervisor Alejo referred to, it's obviously something needed from recent developments. And I think the general direction you're going, is fully something I'm supporting. How many historic properties do we have identified? Do you have any rough idea on what that is?
It would be a guess at this point. We have probably about 50 on our local register, which includes state and federal register projects as well. So anytime they're on the state or federal register, we also add them to our local register. But there are many more out there that are not on our register.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. See, nothing else, let's go to public comments. Is there any comments from the public on this item? Don't see anybody coming forward in chambers. Nobody online, I mean. Give it a second. If you want to speak on this, you can raise your hand and we will be recognized. But seeing none, then we'll close this item. Thank you very much and look forward to this coming back. Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for bringing this forward. We're on the last item, item number 30 for board comments, and perhaps we start in the middle this time. Let's start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much. I think there were a number of us that had the opportunity to attend our former supervisor, Lou Calcaño's memorial service and reception yesterday, and it was just really a lovely celebration for a guy who has a big impact on Monterey County, without question, and not just in the North County, but throughout the whole area. And it was really lovely to hear from his family and friends about some of the things that he had done throughout his years, including his fabulous marriage to his beautiful wife for 67 years. So it was really a lovely, lovely time. Last evening, I attended an interesting online community meeting that Cal-Am hosted about the future of the Los Padres Dam on the Carmel River. And I bring this up in my comments because I really want to ensure that the people who are impacted by the Carmel River and the Los Padres Dam really take a look at what the presentation was. Unfortunately, they had an in-person presentation a couple of weeks ago, but from what I've heard from my own community, there wasn't a lot of publicity around it, so it was not very well attended. Last night, there were a few people online, but nothing that I think merits what really is going to be determined on whether or not the dam should be taken down, or whether it should be dredged, and all of the implications that go along with that, including the cost, which of course will be on the backs of the ratepayers for Monterey County. So I think if people want to find out more about it, if you can't find anything through Cal-Am, you can certainly look at Josh Stratton, who's with Cal-Am Water, and he can give you the appropriate places to look so that you can see the presentation from last night. I'll be heading to San Luis Obispo tomorrow to go to the annual meeting for the Central Coast Community Energy 3CE organization. I think my county administrative officer is going to be joining us there as well. And that'll be a lovely opportunity to meet with all of the other counties that are now part of 3CE. And I'm very pleased that Monterey County was the second organization, the second entity to join in with Santa Cruz County, where 3CE started. And now it's just a hundreds of millions of dollars project that has really been working especially well. So I'm really pleased about that. The next Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee meeting, council meeting, is going to be this next Friday, September 22nd, in person at 10 o'clock at the Big Sur Lodge. Anyone who's interested in issues around Big Sur should try to attend that, because it's where all of the everything comes out. We have a very great presentation. It is co-chaired by Congressman Panetta and myself, but it's where you really can hear what the locals are worried about and what they're doing. And as you know, Big Sur is such a resilient community. It's always uplifting to spend some time down there. So that's what's up in D5.
Okay, now we'll go to what's up in South County. Supervisor Lopez.
All right. First, just want to share that we've got our listening sessions starting back up. I know I mentioned those. The first one will be held in Chular, so we're excited about that. Invited the public out to join us. Monica in my office is the key contact point as we schedule those out. I want to thank everybody who's partnering with us to make those happen. This year we'll be primarily focused on schools, so we'll be located at schools this year as an opportunity to help bring in different folks. I wanted to take an opportunity to share that RCRC will be in town next week. RCRC is the Rural County Representatives of California, and they will be hosting their annual conference in Monterey. So we look forward to being here at home and welcoming them in. As part of that, we will have great sessions available for folks to learn about everything from broadband to working lands preservation, and invite folks to join us for that. As part of that, we will have quite a few folks joining us from different agencies throughout the state so that we can all learn as we work forward towards progress. And then in that vein, I want to thank our legislators. I know they're in their final week in Sacramento of the legislative year, so I want to call out our Senator John Laird, Senator Caballero, as well as Speaker Rivas and Assemblymember Don Addis, who joined us yesterday for a meeting that was very productive to talk about water and the needs of the entire Central Coast for our resilience and future drought proofing. And so I just wanted to share that that meeting took place and that we truly have champions fighting for us in Sacramento. And I think yesterday was a testament to that. So I want to send them thanks and gratitude. But with that, Mr. Chair, I wrap my comments.
Okay, then we'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Bouncing all over the place tonight. A couple announcements from Marina. This last weekend, the city of Marina came together to unveil the Martin Luther King sculpture garden. It was a beautiful gathering of community, and really shout out to everyone in Marina who came out to make that possible. There's also a Touch a Truck event, and I want to thank our Public Works team for bringing out 3 big old trucks for the kids to play on this weekend. In the District 4 office, we've welcomed 2 interns who will be working with us for the next couple months. Big welcome to Abodi, who's a senior at York School, and to Ollie, who's a junior at CSUMB. We're looking to give them a wide range of experiences, learning about the County of Monterey and all of the many career opportunities that await them here in our county. In Seaside yesterday, was it yesterday? Monday was yesterday. In Seaside yesterday, we had an incredibly special and moving ceremony where we welcomed home a Seaside resident, U.S. From World War II, U.S. Navy Airman, Aviation Radioman First Class Wilbur A. Mitz. He had his plane had been shot down in World War II in 1944, and thanks to just incredible efforts, his remains were found and recovered and returned home to the United States just this year. He's now laid to rest with his with family members in Seaside. Really, really beautiful ceremony, and I want to give a big shout out of appreciation to our Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs team who helped to make that a very special event. And then finally, just a couple upcoming events. We have our next Wednesdays with Wendy, which is on Zoom. It's sort of a virtual town hall. We'll be talking about working parents and programs and services that support our working parents in Monterey County. That'll be on Wednesday, October 4th. On October 12th, I'll be having a Seaside Town Hall with Mayor Ian Oglesby. That'll be at Soper Hall from 6 to 7:30. And on October 26th, I'll be joined by Delray Oaks City Manager and Mayor Scott Donaldson from 6 to 7:30 at the Delray Oaks City Hall for a town hall talking about issues in Delray Oaks. So got a lot going on, but thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Church. North County.
Thank you. I also want to make just a few comments about Lou Calcagno and the loss of Lou dovetails well into the discussion we just had on history a little bit, and the importance of history, because Lou knew a lot about this county from 18 years as a planning commissioner and 16 years as a member on the board of supervisors, and to lose that perspective is always a significant loss on understanding how county government is operated and where it's going. One thing I do want to mention out that a lot of people don't really realize is that he played a real critical role in the preservation of the Elkhorn Slough. About 10 days ago, I was at the meeting in Watsonville at the Westview Presbyterian Church, where we're going to be having the $6 million project on the homeless village there and services. And it was had a nice crowd, well received. And I hope there's many more of these kind of projects that we can have coming down the line. We did have last week a town hall in Las Lomas. That was it was nice, good to discuss things there with the people in that community, which don't always have easy access to their county government, and I'm glad to be trying to make some positive steps in that direction. And next week we are also the county is holding a meeting out at the in Castroville at the Castroville Rec Center. Senator Laird will be there regarding, and myself and other county officials regarding the battery plants and putting out some information on the facilities there. I know there's a great deal of economic benefit from these facilities, but there's also a fair amount of concern within the neighboring communities because of the environmental problems, the health problems that were raised by a number of people when we had some fires over the last few years. And that's about it here on the north side of the county.
Thank you very much. I just want to also say that yesterday I was not able to attend the burial of our veteran who returned home after so long being gunned down in World War II. Thanks for those who did attend. My staff was there, but I was able to attend the 9/11 ceremony here just around the corner of our building with the Salinas firefighters and the Salinas Police Department and some of the council members. So I want to really commend our fire department for leading that annual ceremony. It's been 22 years since we lost so many Americans in that tragedy in New York, but their memory is never forgotten, and we all feel a sense of indebtedness to them and gratitude, and also all the first responders who lost their lives in trying to save our fellow Americans. Many who passed away afterwards due to health complications. So we remember them and all their ultimate sacrifice to our nation, and to those we lost tragically. We still mourn for our fellow Americans. This Friday, I'm also speaking at the Monterey County Business Council meeting that is being held here in Salinas at Stoney's. I look forward to giving an update on different things happening in the county. And lastly, I just want to mention that this Sunday will be a busy one. In East Salinas, they are holding the annual Mexican Independence Day Parade on Saturday, and then on Sunday, they hold a large festival where they usually gather, they garner over 50,000 attendees. It's one of the biggest one-day events, probably the biggest one-day events in all of Monterey County, but it will be a big celebration, and I look forward to sharing some words there as well. So with that, I'm going to pass it to our county council for a readout from closed session.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Today in closed session, there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, I think we...
Mr. Chair, before we wrap, point of personal privilege.
Yeah, and we have an adjournment.
Okay. Well, before we go there, I didn't get a chance earlier to say comments about Irma Ramirez-Bao. I know we were kind of in a rush there to wrap up at the end, but being here at the end of the day, before we close out the final meeting with her as a staff member, I was hoping to just take a little opportunity. I'm hoping she's still watching. If not, that she watches this back, to say thank you to Irma. You know, we talk about people who break a glass ceiling, but there were so many barriers for a woman like her when she joined the county, and she was persistent and really rose to the top of our organization in a way that demands respect and commands so much attention, but at the same time, she did it in a way where she was a partner with everybody and garnered a ton of respect. And so I just want to thank Irma for her commitments, her contributions to our county family, but more importantly, as a role model to other women coming up in our organization as to what you could achieve here within our county family. I am just honored to call her a friend and thankful for her service to our community. I know that she always served with passion, and watching her family come up today after the presentation and seeing the joy that they had in her commitment and contributions was incredible. Her daughter will soon be giving birth to her first grandchild, so we understand the timing, and it was just so beautiful to see the family come together today in this setting and kind of bringing together her two worlds. And we wish her much continued success as she embraces that other world a little deeper moving forward, but she knows that the impact she left on all of us as a county are going to be lasting. So Irma, thank you for your commitments, your commitment, your contributions, and for what you've been, which is more than just an incredible, stellar employee who set an example, but truly a friend to so many. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues, any words for Irma? Because we did go into a high point with the mariachi coming in, and it kind of cut us all off. But just for the record, if you want to share any words for Irma to watch later if she's not watching now. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I will. Thank you so much. And Irma, I don't know if I'm going to act like you're just sitting right here and I'm just talking to you, but truly, thank you so much for all of the work that you've put in these last years since you've been with the county, which has been virtually your whole career. But in addition to the way Chris framed it, I just want to say what a role model you are for younger women, because you have been able to come up. And as you look at things to fill your time other than grandmaing during in the upcoming years, you would just be such a terrific presenter at high schools to let girls know what the possibilities are, because you've, in addition to your very presence, but you've changed so many people's lives by the leadership you've provided for human resources. It's a key part of the county itself, because it's where you bring the people in, where you frame what it is that you're going to tell potential employees. And I think you've set so many people off on the right foot that we really owe you a debt of gratitude and always will. You've got your hands all over our county, and I know you love it, and it loves you back. So thank you. I'm going to miss you. Thanks.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you for making sure we got this on record. I've shared personally with Irma how significant her leadership has been here in Monterey County. She stepped into a number of roles where things were kind of left in a little bit of disarray, and she managed to take charge, bring things back, and raise the bar in ways and to levels that I've never seen here in human resources and beyond. She created not just, a lot of people work hard and care deeply about their work, but the outcomes that Irma has to show for her work in our county are systemic. They're embedded now in policy. Fundamentally, I think Irma changed who we are as a county, and that her fingerprints and the impact of her presence here will continue for generations. I mean, it's hard to even begin to understate the significance of who Irma was in Monterey County and what she gave us to our county family, as well as our ability to provide services to the larger county of residents. I'm going to miss working with Irma. And then, Mary and Chris, your comments about, just like Irma fought really hard to do what was right and to make sure that her voice was heard. And I think that the landscape of women in leadership and the number of women role models that I can look to who, raised a family, who had a number of other commitments, it's a very, very small group of women, and Irma was one of them. And look forward to staying in touch. But thank you for everything, Irma, wherever you are, wherever you're listening. And we'll be celebrating, I think a little bit more is that on later this week, there's a celebration. So we'll be able to share, again, some more comments.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I want to thank Irma personally just for the guidance that she gave when I came on here onto the board. I mean, obviously don't have years of working with her in the county. I have 8 months. But you come on as a supervisor, there isn't a plan, there isn't any training. And of course, I understand it was, I came on, we were having a new CAO, we had a new sheriff, a new water resources agency director. There was a lot of change going on, so there's a lot of room to get lost. But one of the people that stepped up to give me guidance and help and show me some the directions were in a, what can I describe county government, but it's a maze when you step in. If you're not in here, it's probably a maze even when you're in here still. So but Irma was there to answer questions, to give guidance, and it made that transition extremely, extremely easier than it would have been. And I am just, I'm always grateful for that. And I'm really, wishing her many years of retirement and enjoyment. And I'm sure she's going to find some way to keep herself pretty busy.
Thank you very much. And Irma, I just want to again commend you. It's always a good sign of leadership when someone lifts other people up as they climb up as well. And you have a diverse office, and I'm always proud that you gave everybody in your office a good opportunity to try to reach their full potential. And I told your brothers that were here today, your family, that you are leaving Monterey County HR Department a better place. And so I want to really thank all your family for joining us here today. And last shout out I wanted to give was to your staff, because they're the ones who conspired to bring that mariachi to make today something very special for you. And within our culture, certainly having that kind of music is kind of the best send-off you could do when somebody retires or on a special occasion. So they put a nice touch on your day, and that came from your team, which shows their appreciation for you. With that, CAO, any last comments here?
Like the Supervisor Church, I came in at the beginning of this year, we walked into 2 emergencies, and to have somebody that helped us navigate as we learned a little bit more about the county and the internal operations, I think it was wonderful. And that is really a testament of who Irma is, just willing to come in and figure out what we need and be able to provide that to us. So again, like I said earlier, it was an honor to work with her, this small period that we worked with her, but I think that she put things in place that are going to be here for years to come. So thank you.
Thank you. Happy retirement, Irma. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so very much.
Oh, yeah.
They texted me and I quickly got on. So no, thank you very, very, very much. And today was such a special day, and I will always remember it. My brothers, my family, everybody, my children, my husband, my sister-in-law, they were in awe, and I am still in awe. So thank you for such a beautiful send-off, and your kind words mean so much to me.
Right on, Irma. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you're able to join on. We had a 2-part edition for the despedida. Okay.
So good it needed a sequel.
Yeah, we needed a sequel, part 2. All right, everyone. Today we are adjourning in memory of our former colleague, the legendary Louis Richard Calcaño, who passed away peacefully in his home overlooking the beautiful Elkhorn Slough on August 31st, 2023. His wife and childhood sweetheart of 67 years, Carol, was by his side and holding his hand as he left this world to be in heaven with his parents, his brother John, and his sister Bella. Louis, who was known to Lou to most, was born on his ranch in Moss Landing in the upstairs of the family home on June 30th, 1936, to his Genovese immigrant parents, Peter and Clara Calcaño. Lou's father, Peter Calcaño, came to the United States on a boat from Italy in 1917. In 2026, his father and uncle purchased a farm in Moss Landing and began their vegetable farming business, which would eventually become Moonglow Dairy. Lou always had a passion for animals, and that was something that he and his wife did, involved in numerous organizations. During his political career, Lou was proudest of the work he did bringing Castro Plaza and the Andy Osornio Library to Castroville, the opening of Pajaro Park, his roles in the Monterey County Ag Land Trust, the Elkhorn Slough Foundation, and Ag Knowledge and Focus Ag. As a board member of TAMSI, he led the charge for the Prunedale Improvement Project, as well as the Salinas Road Interchange Project, which is considered one of the most beautiful highway projects in the state. As a member of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, Lou also prided himself on his work on the Salinas Valley Water Project and the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project, which has kept thousands of acres of farmland in production in North County. Lou is survived by his wife and childhood sweetheart of 67 years, his son Louis and his wife Carolyn, his daughter Debbie Soares, his 3 grandchildren Adam Soares and Colleen and Lauren Singh, Raj and Jennifer Calcaño. Also his 3 great-grandchildren Bradley, Audra, Sienna Soares, and his stepchildren Tony Dahl and Tammy Dahl Mays. Also his longtime herdsman at the dairy Manuel Zavala, who has been by his side for 29 years, and in his final months of his life, it was always there for him no matter what the circumstances were. And his family expressed their love for Manuel, for his friendship of a lifetime. With that, today we're going to adjourn in memory of Lou Calcano, and we'll also adjourn in memory of all our victims and first responders who passed away in 9/11. Thank you very much, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.